Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Uncle Bandit stream. I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe out there. I mean, I'm doing all right today, I think. I did something really stupid the other day, and I'm kind of paying for it a little bit today, but you know I'm hanging in there. Speaking of doing something stupid, today we are continuing our playthrough of Lost Odyssey. So without further ado, let us hop back into the Videoverse. So when we last left off, we made it to disc 4. And, oh no, I'm generally in the mood to kind of look around for, like, I don't know. I might do some searching around for, like, some side stuff. Like, maybe. I feel like we didn't really look around Ura very much. I'm kind of also considering going to like some other spots just to see what's going on. They say King Gongora has a secret chamber, some place where he conducts his experiments with magic. I have a friend with a few underground connections, but he told me that Gongora's got to have some kind of treasure inside there. Haven't heard from the guy lately, though. Probably got too hot for him in the city, if you know what I mean. I doubt he actually tried sneaking into that room, but... Oh, okay. Well... Oh, yeah, speaking of, I was kind of thinking of a thing. Mostly... Alright. I think what I'm gonna do... is I think I'm gonna, like... I think I'm gonna go maybe... like, single... single group at a time, I think. Or single, immortal at a time. Just for the sake of skill links. Also to make sure that they're leveled and all that. If you want to get into this city, you should take the lift at that tower up to the monorail station. Security is tight at the moment, so don't do anything suspicious. Okay. The gate is for vehicles only. If you're on foot, then go to the monorail station. Okay. All my pals in the security force are on edge right now. It's getting hard to work with them. Can't blame them, I suppose, with the goats and army attacking the capital and all. Thanks to the Wool massacre, we're desperately short on personnel. I haven't been home in ages. I just wish I could at least get a letter off to my family. Say, you're headed for town, aren't you? Can you deliver a letter to my family for me? Yeah, sure, whatever. My father, Carlin, is in the station square near the Royal Palace, I think. Tell him it's from me. Okay. Yeah, sure. Ura is going to rule the world with King Gongora leading us. Oh, how happy I am to be alive to see this. Well, I think you're gonna... Yeah, maybe not. I guess I just kind of guess someone. Goats and army attacked King Gongora's coronation, but he fended them off with his magic. He makes it look so easy. Oh, hey. I didn't even realize there were chests here. Seed. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Save point. The founding king of Ura came to the light in an age of darkness, bringing his benevolent leadership to the vast landscape. He constructed the royal seals and placed them all over the world as a rite of passage for anyone who claimed the crowns of the future kings. Sure. I hear that one of the royal seals is hidden in a mansion somewhere in Ura. Finding it is the path to the knowledge of the ancients. Oh, okay. Well. With King Gongora destroying the Goatson army, the world's finally at peace again. I knew I could rely on him. Yeah, I haven't ran into whoever. What's this way again? Oh, back alley near castle. Oh, okay, okay. I see. This is where we escaped as Seth. So he came in, and then... I'm going to join the palace's royal guard next month. Handpicked from the ranks of the station guards. Pretty amazing, huh? Yeah. Yeah, remember there's a... Yeah, there's a pipit. Cool. Are you... What to do, what to do? One of the injured from the incident with the magic beast is now housed at my place. The thing is, I want to contact his family and let them know about the situation, but I don't know what his name is or even where he lives. Oh, okay. I'm just kind of looking around. Yeah, this place is wrecked. Look, you see that hole? That was made by a Goatson tank. My cousin was seriously wounded by that Goatson attack. I'll make them pay for this. Oh, memory. Yeah, it's been a bit since we've seen one of these. A dream has been revealed. Let's do some reading, chat. An old soldier's legacy. Chaim spent the entire summer surrounded by a fence that towered over him. He was trapped in a prisoner of war camp. It was a terrible mistake. Not his, but the dim-witted, cowardly commander's. Chaim was a mercenary attached to the man's regiment. They were invading the enemy's main port city when the officer miscalculated at the end, and the unit's line of retreat was cut off. While the troops were prepared for an all-or-nothing charge, the commander almost casually opted for surrender. "Don't worry," he had said to his men before they were locked up. "Whatever happens now, the ultimate victory in this war will be ours. Instead of making a stand and dying for nothing, We'll be much better off if we just quietly let them take us as prisoners of war. We'll be liberated right away in any case. This made perfect sense, but the officer completely misread the feelings of an enemy on the brink of defeat. Having survived hundreds of battles, Kime knew better than anyone how people felt towards prisoners of war after the hated enemy had taken the lives of their friends and loved ones and torched their hometowns. To the members of his platoon, at least, as they were preparing to enter the camp, he whispered, "You'd better forget about any rosy pictures. This could be worse than the battlefield." His words proved all too accurate. Life in the POW camp was bitterly harsh. Day after day, the men were forced to do backbreaking labor on a diet of scraps. The sick and injured went untreated and were not even allowed to rest. To collapse on the job was to die. Indeed, several of the prisoners died not by collapsing on the job, but from brutal beatings for minor infractions. Everyone with access to the camp, both the soldiers assigned to guard duty and ordinary citizens with business there, looked upon the prisoners with hatred in their eyes. Some guards would wave swords at them and boast, "I can kill you bastards anytime I like." And certain officers slaughtered one prisoner after another, disguising the killings as accidents. Uncertainty. Oh wait, no. Even as they tormented the prisoners, such men were suffering the deaths of their families and friends in the war, and spending their days in fear of the coming invasion. The camp was a place ruled by hatred and vengeance, but also a place shrouded in uncertainty and fear of the day when the captives would become their captors. This tense, complicated atmosphere ate away at the spirits of all, friend and foe alike. The horror of war lay not only in the mutual killing of enemies clashing on the battlefield, but even more so in places such as this, that were far from the front lines. Kime knew this, with every bone in his body. A month passed after the platoon entered the POW camp. The enemy troops were thoroughly exhausted. The fall of the capital was said to be imminent. In spite or because of that, life in the camp was worse than ever. The tasks assigned to prisoners were even crueler than before, and their diet, which was meager enough to begin with, fell below the level needed to sustain life. The military guards bullied the prisoners as if for their own amusement, wounding them and mistreating them with fatal consequences. All kinds of civilians did their part too, hurling human waste over the fence into the camp. And even if secret stashes of food might be left for them, none of the prisoners dared eat them, for fear they might be poisoned. Hatred climbed to unseen heights. To one prisoner who moaned, "Why are you doing this to us?" a guard spat out the answer, "It's just what your country is doing to us." And it was true. All the young men of the enemy country were being sent into battle, where most of them were being killed. Whole towns had been burned down and transformed into rubble. While the soldiers assigned to guard duty knew that defeat was in the war itself was certain, they continued to be victors where the POWs were concerned. And while the captured soldiers believed in the victory of their fatherland and waited for the day when their comrades would rescue them, they continued to be vanquished among victors. The moans of the POWs could be heard throughout the camp. "When is the war gonna end? The war doesn't have to end. Just let them get us out of here. Have we been abandoned by the fatherland?" Time kept offering the same advice to them again and again. "Be patient," he would say. "Don't give up hope." Time knew everything there was to know about war, so he realized what was happening now. The Fatherland's supreme commanders were trying to bring down the capital first, and leaving the fall of this military port city for later. The POWs had, in fact, been abandoned. The commander-in-chief would no doubt say, "For the sake of a great victory, we cannot let ourselves be concerned about a small setback." And he would be right. But precisely because he would be right, Time could not convey this to the prisoners, who firmly believed that their side was trying their best to rescue them. One POW after another made plans to escape, and for every one of those there was an informant who exposed his plan to the guards. Both types of prisoners had the same thing in mind: to save himself alone. No one could be trusted. There were even some informants who made up phony escape stories about perfectly innocent men just to put themselves in a little better position with the guards. The only thing awaiting such traitors when the war finally ended would be the revenge of their comrades. As much as they understood this, all they could do was ingratiate themselves with the guards so as to secure their momentary safety. The fence was not the only thing surrounding the POWs. It was not just their bodies, but their minds that had been taken captive. In addition to the ones who died from illness and injury, were increasing numbers of those who ended their own lives after a period of mental suffering. Be patient. Don't give up hope. Time's words gradually ceased to make an impression on anyone. After the men had been prisoners of war for 2 months, a new guard took charge of Kime's barrack. In place of the young warrior who had been guarding them came an old soldier. His name was Jemai? Jemai, I guess. When he introduced himself to the men, he remarked with a grim smile, "Things must be getting pretty desperate if they're calling up an old goat like me." The young guard had been sent to the front lines. This probably meant that the battle for the capital had entered its final phase. "I tell you, this war is almost over. In another month, you young fellows will be on the other side of the fence. We'll be locked in here. Our positions will be completely reversed." Jemai needed no prompting from the POWs, and his voice contained none of the hate-filled agitation of the young guards. "All you fellows have to do is hang in there a little longer. Be patient, and not give up hope." His words were almost identical to Kime's, which meant that Jemai, like Kime, had experienced many a battle over the years. "We may be in different positions, but deep down we're the same. You men are unarmed prisoners and will be under your control as soon as you come to occupy the country. I'm what you will be tomorrow, and you're what I will be tomorrow. I don't know how long we're going to go on like this, but if you stop and think about it, isn't it stupid for us to keep hating each other and snarling at each other? Let's at least try to get along." He twisted his wrinkled face into a big grin and laughed aloud. His smile deeply affected the mentally and physically exhausted men. Before they knew it, they were smiling too. This was the first carefree smile that any of them had managed since their capture, or rather, since their time on the battlefield. Jemai's kindness was not limited to words. Of course, the change of a single guard was not enough to substantially improve the prisoners' treatment. The hard labor and meager food were the same as before. But Jemai would speak to them with real feeling. "Sorry for working you so hard, but there aren't any young men left in this town to do the muscle work. We're not making you do these jobs to punish or discipline you, but because the town needs your help with these construction projects. I'm sorry we can't give you anything decent to eat. I really am. Everybody outside the fence is starving too. We're all in this together, so try to put up with it." Jemai would try to order somewhat easier jobs for prisoners who had taken ill, and he would sneak them extra food. That is the kind of guard he was. The prisoners started calling him Uncle Jemai, and would even joke around with him sometimes. "We'd be way better off if the other guards were like you, Uncle Jemai," said one prisoner, to which Jemai nodded sadly. "I'll tell you what, Uncle Jemai," said another prisoner. "If I had known that there were people like you in this country, I never would have volunteered. I'm not forgetting my place as a POW, but let me shake your hand once." Jemai allowed himself the faintest of smiles at this and gave the man his hand. "You know something, Kime?" Jemai said, sitting down beside Kime during a break in the heavy lifting. It was a clear, beautiful day, but the sunlight pouring down on them had lost its midsummer glare. The season was shifting to autumn. "I'd say you're a little different from these other young prisoners." "Am I?" "I know you've seen your share of battles. I can smell it on you." Kime's only reply to Jemai was a strained smile. Jemai seemed to have known what Kime's response to his remark would be, and he wore the same kind of smile as he carried on the conversation. Why haven't you escaped? It would be easy for a man like you to break through the flimsy security they have here. You give me too much credit. You could make it by yourself. Taking everybody with you would be tough. Is that why you stayed? Time gave him another strained smile, saying nothing. Jemai was right. If he decided to escape on his own, it would be easy for him to climb over the fence. If, however, he managed to gain his freedom, the prisoners he left behind would be punished, or at the very least would have to live with increasingly harsh security measures. The young soldiers abandoned in the camp would feel only despair. If he was going to escape, it would have to mean getting everyone over the fence. Most of the others, however, were so wasted away that they were beginning to lose even the strength to go on living. Men like that could only be a drag on his own flight to freedom. You're a kind-hearted fellow, aren't you? Jemai said. And you're a smart one, I'll bet. What do you mean by that? Any soldier with as much experience as you has already seen the handwriting on the wall. The war is over. Another 3 days, maybe a week, and our side is going to announce a total surrender. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, no. What do you mean by that? Oh, what do you mean by that was by, No, hold on. Jemai, Keim. Okay, so this is still Keim. Oh, wait, no. That doesn't make any sense, though. Oh, okay, I think it's Jemai, Keim. I screwed up. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you're a smart one, too, I bet. What do you mean by that? Any soldier with as much experience as you has already seen the handwriting on the wall. The war is over. Another 3 days, maybe a week, and our side is going to announce a total surrender. Right now, we're just making our last stand out of sheer stubbornness. The second the war ends, you prisoners will go free, and we'll take your place. Yeah, and? It'll just be a little longer. Really, all you have to do is hold on a little longer. You must know that as well as I do. So you're probably not even thinking of making the effort to escape. When Keim nodded, Jemai smiled back and said, Oh, that's fine. I'm just as fed up as you are with all the pointless fighting and hatred. He looked up at the autumn sky, his profile marked by a number of deep wrinkles. On closer inspection, Keim realized that some of those wrinkles were scars left by sword cuts. Let me tell you something, Keim. All right. Our country doesn't have the strength left to make it through another hard winter. I knew that when summer was still here. I see. I just wish we had given up sooner. Then there wouldn't have been so many young men killed in battle, and so many towns burned. Jemai released a deep sigh, and added, When this war is over, we're going to have to do whatever your country tells us to do. We can't complain if we're enslaved or tortured to death by the young men who are now our prisoners of war. Time could not assure him that would never happen. As a mercenary, he would just go off seeking new employment when this war ended. But this was not true of the other prisoners of war. As the conquerors, they would now have peace. They would return to the lives they led before. But how many among them would be able to treat the vanquished people with kindness and respect? I think you know what I mean, Keim. When I say you can be as cruel as you like to us old folks when the fighting ends. But please, I'm begging you, be decent to the young men and to the women and to the children. Don't do anything to them that will make them hate your country. Otherwise, there'll just be another war sometime in the future. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, maybe even 100 years from now. I don't want any more of this. Countries fighting each other. People hating each other. It happened at that very moment. The violent ringing of a bell began to echo throughout the camp. It was the bell in the watchtower, signaling an emergency meeting of the guards. Oh, well. Gotta go, Jemai said, standing up. Don't bother going back to work right away. Tell the other fellows everybody can have a little break. He took a few steps before turning to to say to Kime with a smile, "You know, if we weren't enemies, I would have liked to have a drink with you sometime." That was the last Kime saw of Jemai as a guard. The sun was overhead when Jemai left, but he did not come back even after it had begun sinking in the west. The next time someone came into the enclosure, it was to the cheers of the POWs welcoming the arrival of their countrymen. "You're going to be all right now, men. The war is over. It's a huge victory for our side." Jemai's country had agreed to a total surrender. The guards assembled in the tower were stripped of their weapons, and anyone who resisted was killed on the spot. "Get a move on there. Hurry up." The soldiers who, until a short time ago, had ruled the camp were herded into the enclosure with whips and under the threat of drawn swords. The POWs, who until only moments ago had been under their rule, now lined up to stare at their former guards, and before anyone knew it, the guards were being cursed and stoned. Hands tied, the soldiers could not ward off the stones, and before long they were drenched in blood. Jemai was among them. He stared at Kime, blood gushing from his forehead. His eyes showed no hatred or resentment. He simply gave Kime a little nod, looking straight at him as if to say, "Remember what I asked you to do." Kime shouted to the men surrounding these new prisoners, "Stop it! Stop it! They've surrendered. Leave them alone." But, liberated from the fear of death and from days of humiliation, his young comrades, wild-eyed and screaming like animals, went on stoning their former guards. "Can't you see who this is? It's Uncle Jemai. Stop it!" One of the old soldiers gave him a contemptuous snort and all but spit out the words, "The old bastard was just sucking up to us for when our side won." Another soldier, the young man who had asked to shake Jemai's hand that day, shouted, "He might act like a good guy, but an enemy's an enemy. And besides, he's just some old geezer from a country we pounded into the dirt." He threw another stone at Jemai. Kime's shouts did no good. He started grabbing hands that were ready to hurl stones and smashing people in the face, but no one would listen to him. The commander of the troops that had galloped to the rescue just grinned and said, "Good, good. Get it out of your system." And he handed swords to the unarmed men. "Kill them all, and raise some victory cries while you're at it. Think of the humiliation you endured as prisoners. Now's the time to get even." "No, stop it," Kime shouted. "The war is over." "Wait, I know you. You're a mercenary. You're just spouting on a nonsense. A few good sword thrusts could shut that mouth of yours." The commander's aides took this as a signal to surround Kime. "Don't waste your time on him, men. Warriors of our beloved fatherland. Kill these soldiers first, and then we can attack the town. Set fires, take the women. We won this war. This town, this country, everything belongs to us now." The commander laughed aloud, but in the next moment his smile turned into a grimace. His aides were falling to the ground. Kime had grabbed a sword from one of them, and now it flashed in his hand. "Traitor! Someone take him down!" Kime swung around and started for Jemai. But it was too late. The soldiers were already slashing wildly at the former guards, who had no means to defend themselves. Standing amid the hellish scene of human butchery, Kime saw it happen. The old soldier, who had been kind because he knew all too well the link between war and hatred, fell to the ground without uttering a word, a hateful blade thrust into his back. Kime made a break for the camp gate. He ran for all he was worth, a soundless roar reverberating inside him. Why did people have to hate each other so? Why did people have to fight each other so? And why was it impossible for people to stop fighting and stop hating? He did not know the answers to these questions. Saddened and frustrated by his own incomprehension, Kime ran at full speed through the rubble of the town. "100 years pass by. This is it, Kaim, the commander says with a smile. I am enormously grateful for the magnificent job you've done. You can name your own reward when this war is over. The last great offensive is about to begin. It should bring the war to a close. It has taken 100 years. After all these long, long years as a vassal state, the country that lost the war the year Kaim was a prisoner has raised its banner against the ruling power under which it endured such suffering in the last war. The defeated country has spent 100 years nurturing its hatred for the ruling power, passing the hatred down from parent to child to grandchild. The country that won the war 100 years ago was too filled with a ruler's arrogance and insensitivity to notice what was happening. The only things that it has handed down from parent to child to grandchild are the scorn and contempt for the inferior country under its sway. This war ends with almost disappointing ease. The results are the exact opposite of the war 100 years earlier. No one knows on which side the goddess of victory will smile if yet another war occurs 100 years from now. All right, Kaim. Name your reward. Kaim answers the commander's question softly. I don't need a thing. Why not? It's true that you're a mercenary, but you far outdid the regular troops. A country wants to show its appreciation for your efforts. If that's how you really feel, I'd like you to promise me one thing. What's that? Don't make your enemy hate you. What are you talking about? I'm talking about treating the people of the defeated country with kindness and respect. A shocked expression on his face, the commander laughs and says, Aren't you the soft-hearted one? Kaim, however, is deadly serious. This is the legacy an old man from your own country left me 100 years ago. Enough, says the commander, still looking shocked. Dismissed. Kaim himself had no hope that Jemai's legacy will be fulfilled. The 100-year journey he has taken since that fateful day in the camp has shown him only the selfishness and stupidity of the human race. It will be the same from here on out as well. Indeed, nothing has changed since long before he met Jemai. And yet, back at his post, Kaim grips his sword and holds his breath. It will change someday. They will see someday. I want to believe that. Unless I believe it, I can't go on with my endless journey. You know what I mean, don't you, Uncle Jemai? Eyes closed, he can see Jemai's face smiling sadly. The order goes out to the entire assembled force. Charge! With the rising clouds of dust, Kaim grips his sword and starts to run. And wow, what a story. Yeah, I'm just kind of... Okay, that's where I came through. I am just kind of... pardon me, have you seen anyone who looks like this? He's my father. You haven't? I see. He was supposed to visit the city yesterday on an errand during the Gongora coronation ceremony. I fear he was swept up in the goats in advance. I apologize for the trouble, but if you see my father, please let me know. And take this. Then you'll be able to recognize my father from it. Oh, okay. I think I've kind of wandered off trying to find the one dude for the letter. You know? That's kind of my main thing right now. Grand Staff's incredible. It's so cool. Oh, I'm sure King Kongora has his own kingly way of handling things. I wouldn't worry about it. Magic energy is a terrifying thing. I have no one left to rely on now but Gongora. He said the Grand Staff will protect us, though I am worried about my son. My son is assigned to guard the Great Gate, but there are so few soldiers left, he must have it pretty rough. His name? It's, Yalan. Huh? You have a letter from him? Oh, thank you. I hadn't received any word from him, so I was worried. Here, I'll give you this for your trouble. Ooh, an armband. What's that accessory? Yo, okay. Another, slot filler. Heck yeah. That's actually really nice. Alright, cool. So that was totally worth doing. I'm gonna do a bit more searching around. Little bit more. Yeah, especially since it's been a bit since we've been, like, in here. Actually, I don't think we've been in this, like, specific building. Unless I'm, like, misremembering. Do you see a little blue thing, Okay, so I can go in there. Which is interesting. Yeah, because it's not like, Gongora's here. He's, probably in the, Grand Staff. And that flew off who knows where. Not like anybody's hanging out in here. Quite a place to get here. Oh, it's one of these. There's something written here. It's my father's handwriting. Follow my footsteps and unlock my will. Oh, okay. So I guess I can't activate that one. It said something about following footsteps, so maybe I just have to find the other ones, and then it'll let me. Is there anything else here? That's a great question. I get the feeling the answer is no. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, that must be for, yeah. For later. Oh, this ain't anything. Yeah, there really is, like, nothing here. Besides, the one stone, so. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go looking around. I'm thinking of, maybe taking the train or something. Just to sort of get that, get thinking about that. I am gonna save, though. I think my main concerns right now are gonna be looking around for, like, stuff like that, where, like, I can get some interesting tidbits. Some interesting stuff. And, you know, just kind of hope that I run into the story at some point. Do I have any seats? Like, actually? Oh, I don't have any seats. Okay. The monorail system is operating normally. We have King Gongora's administration to thank for that. I don't think I've been to... Have I been to Central? At least if I have, I haven't been there in a while. So it might be worth kind of looking. Wait a second, wasn't there... Hold on. Is my brain not working? Okay, secret research lab. They mentioned something in, what's it called? It must be in his, Wait, no, they were mentioning, what's it called? There might be a stone in his place, I think. Yeah, you're probably a gate dude. We've been receiving reports of someone pretending to be King Tolton. Should King Gongora be informed? Goatsa and Numara can't threaten us now. Thank goodness for King Gongora. You know the monument in the station square? There's rumor about some kind of treasure hidden inside it. Over a decade ago, just before the council took power, a group of royalists took something out of the palace and hid it there. Or, so the story goes. The council conducted an undercover investigation, but apparently they weren't able to discover anything. Oh, okay. Station Square Monument, huh? Gotta remember to get that, I guess. Huh. Who are you? King Gongora has apparently disappeared along with the Grand Staff. Where can you go with something like that? Great question. See, I don't really want to go on the train, though. At least I don't think. I'm just kind of thinking a little bit. There's a dog. Can I kick this? Oh, nice. Now that we have the Grand Staff, everyone says Ura's defense is absolutely impenetrable. The soldiers will probably be all out of their jobs soon. Oh. Hey, I've been here. Ken and Goatsa both tried to take on Ura, and we defeated them both. As long as we have King Gongora and the Grand Staff, we don't have anything to worry about. Oh, hold on. Ooh. Hello. Gaia Breaker. Cool. I like the sound of that. That sounds really, really nice. Hit the cubes. Oh, okay, it's one of these dudes. Hit the cubes in the correct pattern. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Oh, wow, okay. I have a few of them. Ready then. ERGF EDCR. Yeah, let's go for it. Not like I think it really matters. Well, we'll see how it goes. I find R interesting. It was like E. Shoot. I should have brought 4 people. Yeah, I guess there's a rest cube. Yeah, I'm not very smart. Not very smart. It's like... Yeah. Yeah. I should have brought 4 people. This is me being stupid now. Baby. Yeah. Yes. Alright. Grab... I don't know. Grab Seth, I guess. Yeah, I gotta keep in mind, speed. Shoot. How fast is all of you? I'm probably gonna have to do this again just to get the, Actually, no. Unless it's... Yeah. Okay, Okay, so there's like a... Okay. Hey! Sick. Congratulations, that was some superb playing. To commemorate this first performance, I'd like to give you this. What'd I get? Kellalon badge. See you later. Make it longer. DAEF, DRAR, GEDR. Yeah, I think 4 is the idea. Okay. All right, let's go. All right. Ta-da! That should do it. Ta-da! Yay! What'd I get? What'd I get? What'd I get? What'd I get? Okay, they good? Toughness brooch. Yeah, still got more of these. 6. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. CCGG, AAG, rest, FFEE, DDCR. Okay. I think I can do it. I just gotta... Okay. Oh my goodness. Please. Thank you. Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, it was just this kind of... Yeah. Do, 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 do. And then do, 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 do. Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. Hey, there we go. Hey, they love it. Beautiful. What'd I get? 64 caliber magic rifle. That's awesome. Said. Got a new rifle, friend. And it does quite a bit better. So there you go. Alright, let's see what this is about. Go tell Aunt Rondi. Ooh. Aunt Rhodey? Get rowdy, rowdy, rowdy. Okay. EEDC. Okay, so I definitely need 5 people. That's fine. Not that it really matters who I pick. But I definitely need 5. E, E, D, C, C. And then D, D, E, D, C. And then G. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. E, C, D. E... C. There we go. Ta-da! Oh, okay. Da na 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 na. I mean, it's nice I'm getting some things of it. Accessories. Yeah, let's take a look at what some of these like actually do. Nullifies wind element damage. Ooh. Increases max HP by quite a bit. Increase evasion rate. That's kind of nice. And yeah, we have our other slot. Yeah, I mean, screw it. Why don't we... Yeah, just get the armband in there. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to find one of those dudes. Like it's been a bit. Yeah, I think wandering around seems to be a decent enough idea. At the very least. Wait, where am I? My son died in the Highlands of Wool. He was so young and full of life. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's the transition point. I think this was the shop? No, this is the inn. What am I saying? I heard that Goatsa built all those magic weapons so they can burn Uro to the ground. I'll do anything that's necessary to beat Goatsa. It's like what they all say, kill or be killed. You're a child. Like... It recalls a memory. I feel like it's not going to be a pleasant one. I'm going to take a quick drink here. All right, I'm sorry, I was just looking at something. Thinking a little bit. Beyond the wall. The wall! The wall is being demolished. Sledgehammers resound on both sides. The wall marked the national border for decades, until yesterday. Border might not be the right word, however. Originally, both sides were part of a single nation. The country became divided owing to differences in ideology, and the two sides remained so mutually antagonistic that a high, thick wall had to be built. Those days are gone now. A year ago, the leaders of the two sides shook hands in a historic reconciliation. Today, after much preparation and coordination, the wall that symbolized the two sides' antagonism is being demolished. The sound of hammering signals the end of opposition and extols the beginning of peace. Come on, give me a break, says Yuguno, spitting on the ground and glaring at the backs of the people swarming at the wall. Look at them, smiling like idiots. I can't believe it. He glances at Kaim by his side as if to say, right? His still boyish face wears a scowl of disgust. Tell me, Kime, you've been to a lot of different countries and seen all kinds of people. Can people just take years of hatred like that and throw it out the window? Kime gives him a sour smile instead of replying. Yaguno is a young man, the first person that Kime became friends with shortly after he arrived in this border town. He is pleasant enough, except for his stubborn hatred of people from the other side. One lousy handshake and I'm out of a job. I mean, really, give me a break. Yaguno used to be a border guard. In other words, one of the men assigned to keep watch on the wall. He had volunteered, eager to kill anyone who dared to come over the wall from the other side. If his superiors had permitted it, he would have gladly crossed over and attacked the other side rather than waiting to fend off an invasion. As a mandatory part of the reconciliation, however, the border guards were disbanded. Unlike his brothers-in-arms who quickly started new lives for themselves, Yaguno was left behind by the changing times. Tell me, Kime, can people be allowed to just slaw off their resentments so easily? Do they just not give a damn? Kime does not respond to this. He knows that Yaguno is a victim of the age of confrontation. Still just a young man, a boy even, Yaguno has been thoroughly conditioned since childhood to view the other side as the enemy. Watch out. The other side could attack at any time. Watch out. The other side are all cruel, cold-hearted villains. Watch out. If the other side ever invaded us and occupied our towns, they'd burn down our houses, steal our property, kill our men, and assault our women. Watch out. The day is not far off when they will be invading us. It could be 3 days from now, or it could be tomorrow. They might be climbing the wall today, this very moment. Watch out, they've already sent their spies among us, and you can tell for sure who they are. They're the ones who extol and sympathize with the other side by word and by deed. Watch out, they're probing for the slightest gaps in our psychological armor. Remain alert. Be ready to draw your sword at any moment. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. There was much to be found out about the other side in the history books distributed in the schools on this side. The pictures of the people from the other side portrayed them all as ferocious demons. I'm not the only one, you know. All of us were taught the same thing. So how come everybody but me is so happy about the wall coming down? Yaguno asks, looking utterly bewildered by these new developments. Again and again, he repeats his disbelief. Finally, Kime cannot help but respond to him. You were too pure, he says. What? It's not your fault, Yaguno. It's the ones who filled your pure, honest heart with hatred. Wait a second now, Kime. The animals who live on the other side of the wall are the ones who did that to me. The horrible things they do. Kime cut him short. Have they ever done anything horribly to you? Horrible to you? Yeah. Well, sure, no, not really to me, but just what is it you hate the other side for? Well, you see, Yaguno is momentarily at a loss for words, until all he can do is raise his voice and blurt out, It's true, though. A whole bunch of them are just horrible people. He folds his arms in a decided pout. How are they horrible? What did you ever see any of them do? When? Where? Yaguno stammers and sputters. Have you ever even met somebody from over there? Oh, that's Kime saying. Have you ever even met somebody from over there? Kime demands to know. Yaguno hands his head and shakes it from side to side. With a grim smile, Kime says, Oh, I have. And they're not devils or demons or anything of the sort. How could they be? You all used to be part of the same country. But that stuff is beside the point anyway. Countries and races and tribes, you're all human beings. You're all the same. Yaguno stays silent, hanging his head. Oh, that's a cool little thing. Cheers erupt at the wall. The wall that has separated the two worlds for decades has just now been broken through. Representatives from this side and the other side walk through the opening, greet each other with smiles and firm handshakes and embrace. The cheers grow louder, and people, mostly members of the younger generation, gather in circles here and there, expressing their joy. Yuguno glares down at his own shadow and asks Kaim, "What do I do now? All I've ever done is hate. All I've ever known how to do is hate them." Kaim gives Yuguno a pat on the shoulder and says, "It's not too late to change. You can start now." "Can I?" "You can. I'm sure of it." Kaim is sure because he knows what it was like when both sides were a single country. It was a kindly nation, by no means rich. It was yet a happy country of compassionate people. "I'm telling you, Yuguno, people can change. If you say so. Look over there, Yuguno. Look at those people enjoying themselves." Hesitantly, Yuguno raises his head. Around the wall, a celebration is beginning. Young people are dancing, singing, toasting each other, engaging in conversation, and all of them used to be companions of Yuguno's who received the same education he did. No doubt the young people on the other side were similarly educated to hate. "What do you see over there? Demons? Devils?" Yuguno shakes his head, lets the tightness go out of his shoulders. "I'm beginning to wonder, Kaim. Why until now I've been so..." Kaim pats him on the shoulder again, to signal that he understands. "People can change," he says. "They can change from hating to loving, and from loving to hating." Yes, Kaim knows about that as well. He saw how such a wonderfully united country was divided in two at the end of a violent civil war. "Don't change anymore," Kaim says. Not just to Yuguno, but to all the smiling young people. A young girl hesitantly approaches Yuguno. She's from the other side. She holds a plate full of cookies. "Have some if you like," she says. "I baked them this morning." The cookies are heart-shaped. Urged on by the smiling Kaim, Yuguno reaches out for a cookie, his face bright red. "Thanks," he says shyly, and takes a bite of his cookie. "Good?" he asks. Yuguno turns a deeper shade of red and says, "Delicious!" White birds cut across the blue sky, from the other side to this side, from this side to the other. The white birds sail through the sky, almost joyfully, as if to tell the people below, "In the beginning, there were no borders." End. Well, that was rather touching. Discover treasure hunt information deep in memory. Sarah's present is hidden in the mansion's courtyard. Would that be here, or the mansion in, like, close to Tosca? Yeah, do you have anything? No, not really. I mean, I could buy, like, a butt ton of healing medicine, but I feel like that doesn't really help me with anything. Storing up on mana heart? Well, storing up on these might not be a terrible idea. Yeah, sure. I will say it is kind of nice that I'm running into those stories again. Like, I appreciate that. Oh, no. The husband of the young woman next door hasn't come back from the battlefield. What a shame. They were such a lovely couple. Oh. They tell us we're at peace, but I still don't feel settled. I can't help but think that something terrible is going to happen. Oh, you're telling me. With the goat's army gone, many think Ura is now safe. I'm one of those who still believes trouble lurks ahead. Yeah, I'm just kind of talking to people just to see anything. Everyone was in a panic about the meteor that fell on the battle at the Highlands of Bull, but nobody seems too concerned about it now. Yeah, nothing really in here. Just like the inn. Oh, right, this is the shop, duh. Brain. Come on, Brain. I believe in you. The hypercurrents in the Sea of Balst are stronger than ever lately. They say that there has never been a ship in existence that can navigate them. Hey, did you know? These soldiers were going on about someone was pretending to be Lord Tolton, but apparently he was the real thing. Oh. You're kind of hiding out. King Gongora has been famous as a renowned sorcerer for a long time. We'll be fine as long as we stick with him. Oh. Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. King Tolton is alive? What kind of an irresponsible rumor is that? Hold on, that person over there looks a lot like King Tolton. Ooh. Right, I talked to you. Yeah, I'm just kind of going around talking to people, seeing if I missed anything. King Gongora took off somewhere with the Grand Staff. Is he finally abandoned us? Oh yeah, this guy. Oh wait, no. Who are you? Hold on, you're fresh from the battlefield too, aren't you? Guess you both owe someone upstairs big time, huh? I kind of feel like a heel thinking about all my dead buddies, but having another chance to see your family? Well, that's a great feeling. I didn't think I'd actually make it out of this alive. After all, I have no idea what I'm going to do when it's time to knock on my family's front door. Another story. Another memory. Memories. Alone in a crowd of rugged men, nursing his drink in the far corner of the old post town's only tavern, Kime. A single man strides in through the tavern door. Massively built, he wears the garb of a warrior. His soiled uniform bespeaks a long journey. Fatigue marks his face, but his eyes wear a penetrating gleam. The look of a fighting man on active duty. A hero's return. I need to take another drink here, jeez. All right. The tavern's din hushes instantly. Every drunken eye in the place fastens on the soldier with awe and gratitude. The long war with the neighboring country has ended at last, and the men who fought on the front lines are returning to their homes. So it is with this military man. The soldier takes a seat at the table next to Kime's and downs a slug of liquor with the forcefulness of a hard drinker. A man who drinks to kill his pain. 2 cups, 3, 4. Another customer approaches him, bottle in hand, wearing an ingratiating grin. A typical crafty town punk. Let me offer you a drink, wheedles the man, as a token of gratitude for your heroic efforts on behalf of the fatherland. The soldier unsmilingly allows the man to fill his cup. How was it at the front? I'm sure you performed many valiant deeds on the battlefield. The soldier empties his cup in silence. The punk refills the cup and adopts an even more fawning smile. Now that we're friends, how about telling me some war tales? You got big, strong arms? How many enemy soldiers did you kill? Without a word, the soldier hurls the contents of his cup into the man's face. The punk flies into a rage and draws his knife. No sooner does it leave its sheath than Keim's fist sends it flying through the air. Faced with the powerful united front of Keim and the soldier, the punk runs out muttering curses. Two big men watch him go, then share a faint smile. Keim doesn't have to speak with the soldier to know that he lives in deep sadness. For his part, the soldier, having cheated death any number of times, is aware of the shadow that lurks in Keim's expression. The tavern's din returns. Keim and the soldier pour each other drinks. I've got a wife and daughter. I haven't seen since I shipped out, says the soldier. It's been 3 long years. He let himself smile shyly now for the first time as he takes a photograph of his wife and daughter from his pocket and shows it to Keim. The wife a woman of dewy freshness, the daughter still very young. They're the reason I survived. The thought of going home to them alive was all that sustained me in battle. Is your home far from here? No, my village is just over the next pass. I'm sure they've heard the news that the war is over and can hardly wait to have me home. He could get there tonight if he wanted to badly enough. It was that close. But the soldier downs a mouthful of liquor and groans. I'm afraid. Afraid? Of what? I want to see my wife and daughter, but I'm afraid to have them see me. I don't know how many men I've killed these past 3 years. I had no choice. I had to do it to stay alive. If I was going to get back to my family, I had no choice but to kill one enemy soldier after another. And each and every one of those men had families they had left at home. It was the code of war, the soldier's destiny. To stay alive in battle, you had to go on killing men before they could kill you. I had no time to think about such things at the front. I was too busy trying to survive. I see it now, though. Now that the war is over. 3 years of sin are carved into my face. This is the face of a killer. I don't want to show this face to my wife and daughter. The soldier pulls out a leather pouch from which he withdraws a small stone. He tells Keim it is an unpolished gemstone, something he found shortly after he left for the battlefield. A gemstone? Keim asks, unconvinced. The stone on the table is a dull black without a hint of the gleam a gem should have. It sparkled when I first found it. I was sure my daughter would love it when I brought it home to her. Gradually, though, the stone lost its gleam and turned cloudy. Every time I killed an enemy soldier, something like the stain of his blood would rise to the surface of the stone. As you can see, it's almost solid black, now after 3 years. The stone is stained by the sins I've committed. I call it my sin stone. You don't have to blame yourself so harshly, says Keim. You had to do it to stay alive. I know that, says the soldier. I know that, but still. Just like me, the men I killed had villages to go home to, and families waiting for them there. The soldier then says to Keim, You too, I suppose. You must have a family. Keim gives his head a little shake. Not me, he says. No family. A home village, at least? I don't have a place to go home to. Eternal traveler, eh? Uh-huh. That's me. The soldier chuckles softly, gives Keim a sour smile. It is hard to tell how fully he believes what Keim has told him. He slips the sin stone into the leather pouch and says, You know what I think? If the stone turned darker every time I took a life, it ought to get some of its gleam back every time I save a life. Instead of answering, Kime drains the last drops of liquor from his cup and rises from the table. The soldier remains in his chair, and Kime, staring down at him, offers him these words of advice. If you have a place you can go home to, you should go to it. Just go. No matter how much guilt you may have weighing you down. I'm sure your wife and daughter will understand. You're no criminal. You're a hero. You fought your heart out to stay alive. I'm glad I met you, says the soldier. I needed to hear that. He holds his right hand out to Kime, who grasps it in return. I hope your travels go well, says the soldier. And your travels will soon be over, says Kime with a smile, staring at for the door. Just then, the punk charges at Kime from behind, wielding a pistol. Watch out, bellows the soldier, and rushes after Kime. As Kime whirls around, the punk takes aim and shouts, "You can't treat me like that, you son of a bitch!" The soldier flies between the two men and takes a bullet in the gut. And so, as he so desperately wished to do, the soldier has saved someone's life. Ironically, it was for the life of Kime, a man who can neither age nor die, that the soldier has traded his one and only life. Sprawled on the floor, nearly unconscious, the soldier thrusts the leather pouch into Kime's hand. Look at it, my sin stone, will you? Maybe, he says, chuckling weakly. Some of its shine has come back. Blood spurts from his mouth, strangling the laugh. Kime looks inside the bag and says, It's sparkling now. It's clean. It is? Gasps the soldier. Good. My daughter will be so glad. He smiles with satisfaction and holds his hand out for the pouch. Gently, Kime lays the pouch on the palm of his hand and folds the man's fingers over it. The soldier draws his last breath, and the pouch falls to the floor. The dead man's face wears a peaceful expression. The stone, however, the man's sin stone, which is rolled from the open pouch, is as black as ever. And man. Here, have a drink, huh? I had a customer earlier who said he picked up some treasure off the ground, but threw it in the garbage by accident. The garbage dump is behind the inn, but he couldn't find it when he looked. Boy, was he mad about that. Probably fell in some crack on the floor or something. The Grandstaff was first constructed on Crater Island, but now the entire landmass is sunk under the Sea of Baus. I heard they carted a king's ransom of materials and resources onto the island built to build the Grandstaff. Now it's all underwater. What a waste, huh? Oh, I can, like, dive for that. I don't know, have I looked around in here terribly much? Or, oh, hold on. Oh. Oh. I would think, like, if I spent any sort of time in here, you know what I mean? Yeah, considering that I can't really look in those, I think there is like a way. Hold on. We can probably just go into the sewers from here, assuming that's where it is. Yeah, because that's how we made our getaway before. Yeah. Yeah, just kicking stuff. Don't mind me. Yeah, I bet if we go down here and take a look around, we'll find something. Well, actually, no. Hold on. Well, it said it fell in a crack, so I don't really. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm stupid. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh, hold on. Whoa, hold on. Okay, so I must have just missed it. Byproduct X. I will kind of poke around in here, though. I don't know. Do I need to be down here for anything? Mansion's courtyard, sunk in the sea, secret lab. I don't think. Yeah, I don't really think. I mean, I can kind of poke around in here, though. Like, in fairness. Because, like, there's, like, enemies down here, so... I actually wouldn't mind getting into at least some encounters. Yeah, this is the, yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, I remember, we came up here, and we poked around, and it was kind of neat. It was kind of neat. Yeah, though it is kind of annoying, because there is something, like, right there, and I can't really get it. I don't really know how I'm expected to get it. Unless it's, like, a water thing, but even then... that doesn't really seem right. Especially since the water, like, fills all the way up. You know what I mean? Yeah, see that? Like, what do you even... yeah, like, what do you even do about that? Yeah, no, I'm just kind of poking around now. I say we head back towards the main street, and then maybe... because I do want to head towards Gongar's mansion, because I do think the thing is there. Or at least somewhere there. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Yeah, I remember this. Nothing hidden there. I'm kind of surprised I have not gotten into a fight. Kind of surprised by that. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna head towards Gongara's mansion. Poke around a bit. Honestly, I think this is kind of what today is gonna be. Is gonna be like backtracking and finding stuff that, you know, I didn't find before. I think that's gonna be the deal. At least a little bit. Yeah, who's, like, around? Oh, another thing. Oh, a memory from just seeing the family. A dream has been revealed. White flowers. Lovely white flowers mark the town. They bloom on every street corner, not in beds or fields set aside for their cultivation, but blending naturally and in profusion with every row of houses, as though the buildings and the blossoms have grown up together. The season is early spring, and snow still lingers on the nearby mountains, but the stretch of ocean that gently laps the town's southern shore is bathed in refulgent sunlight. This is an old and prosperous harbor town. Even now, each day, its piers see many cruise ships and freighters come and go. Its history, however, is sharply divided between the time before and the time after an event that happened one day long ago. People here prefer not to talk about it. The watershed engraved upon the town's chronology. The memories are too sorrowful to make stories out of them. Kaim knows this, and because he knows it, he has come here once again. Passing through, the tavern master asks him. At the sound of his voice, Kaim responds with a faint smile. You're here for the festival, I suppose. You should take your time and enjoy it. The man is in high spirits. He has joined his customers in glass after glass until now and is quite red in the face, but no one shows any sign of blaming him for overindulging. Every seat in the tavern is filled and the air reverberates with laughter. Happy voices can be heard now and then as well from the road outside. The entire town is celebrating. Once each year, the festival has people making merry all night long until the sun comes up. I hope you've got a room for the night, sir. Too late to find one now. Every inn is full to overflowing. So it seems. Not that anyone would be foolish enough to spend a night like this quietly tucked away under the covers in his room. The tavern master winks at Kaim as if to say, not you, sir, I'm sure. Tonight, we're gonna have the biggest, wildest party you've ever seen. And everybody's invited, locals or not. Drink, food, gambling, women. Just let me know what you want. I'll make sure you have it. Kaim sips his drink and says nothing. Because he is planning to stay awake all night, he has not taken a room, though he has no plans to enjoy the festival either. Kaim will be offering up a prayer at the hour before dawn when the night is at its darkest and deepest. He will leave the town, sent off by the morning sun as it pokes its face up between the mountains and the sea, just as he did at the time of his last visit. Back then, the tavern master, who a few minutes ago was telling one of his regular customers that his first grandchild is about to be born, was himself just an infant. "Ah, this one's on me. Drink up," says the tavern master, filling Kime's shot glass. He peers at Kime suspiciously and says, "You did come for the festival, didn't you?" "No, not really," says Kime. "Ah, don't tell me you didn't know about it. You mean you came here by pure chance?" "Afraid so." "Well, if you came here for business, forget it. You'll never get serious talking to anybody on a special night like this." The tavern master goes on to explain what is so special about this night. "Well, you must have heard something about it. Once, a long, long time ago, this town was almost completely destroyed. There are two kinds of events that divide history into before and after. One is the birth or death of some great personage, a hero or a savior. The other is something like a war or plague or natural disaster. What divided this town's history into before and after was a violent earthquake. It happened without warning and gave the soundly sleeping people of the town no chance to flee. A crack opened up in the earth with a roar, and roads and buildings just fell to pieces. Fires started, and they spread in the twinkling of an eye. Almost everyone was killed. You probably can't imagine it. All I know is what they taught me in school. What does Resurrection Festival mean to a kid, you know? It's just something that happened once upon a time. I live here, and that's all it means to me. So a traveler like you probably can't even begin to imagine what it was like." "Is that what they call this holiday? Resurrection Festival?" "Uh-huh. The town was resurrected from a total ruin to this. That's what the celebration's all about." Kime gives the man a grim smile and sips his liquor. What's so funny?" the tavern master asks. "Last time I was here, they were calling it Earthquake Memorial Day. It wasn't a festival for this kind of wild celebrating." "What are you talking about? It's been the Resurrection Festival ever since I was a kid." "That was before you were old enough to remember anything." "Huh?" "And before that, they called it Consolation of the Spirits. They'd burn a candle for each person who died and pray for them to rest in peace. It was a sad festival. Lots of crying." "Oh, you sound as if you saw it happening yourself." "I did." The tavern master laughs with a loud snort. "You look sober. You must be plastered out of your mind. Now, listen, it's a festival night, so I'm gonna let you off the hook for pulling my leg. But don't say stuff like that in front of the other townspeople, yeah? All of our ancestors, mine included, are the ones who barely escaped with their lives." Kime knows full well what he is doing. He never expected the man to believe him. He just wanted to find out for himself whether the townspeople were still handing down the memories of the tragedy. Whether deep down behind their laughing faces, there still lingered the sorrow that had been passed down from their forefathers' time. Called away by one of his other customers, the tavern master leaves Kime's side, but not without first delivering a warning. "Be careful what you say, sir. That, kind of nonsense can get you in trouble. Really. Think about it. The earthquake happened all 200 years ago." Kime does not answer him. Instead, he sips his liquor in silence. Among the ones who died in the tragedy 200 years ago were his wife and daughter. Of all the dozens of wives and hundreds of children that Kime has had in his eternal life, the wife and child he had here were especially unforgettable. In those days, Kime had a job at the harbor. There were just the three of them, he, his wife, and their little girl. They lived simply and happily. The same kind of days that had preceded today would continue on into endless tomorrows. Everyone in the town believed that, including Kaim's wife and daughter, of course. But Kaim knew differently. Precisely because his own life was long without end, and he had consequently tasted the pain of countless partings, Kaim knew all too well that in the daily life of humans, there was no forever. This life his family was leading would have to end sometime. It could not go on unchanged. This is by no means a cause for sorrow, however. Denied a grasp upon forever, human beings knew how to love and cherish the here and now. Kaim especially loved to show his daughter flowers. The more fragile and short-lived, the better. Flowers that bloomed with the morning sun and scattered before the sun went down. They were everywhere in this harbor town. Lovely white flowers that bloomed in early spring. His daughter loved the flowers. She was a gentle child who would never break off blossoms that had struggled so bravely to bloom. Instead, she simply watched them for hours at a time. That year, too. Look how big the buds are. They'll be blooming any time now, she said happily when she found the white flowers on the road near the house. Tomorrow, maybe? Kaim wondered aloud. Absolutely, his wife chimed in merrily. Get up early tomorrow morning and have a look. Poor little flowers, though, said the daughter. It's nice when they bloom, but then they wither right away. All the better, said Kaim's wife. It's good luck if you get to see them blooming. That makes it more fun. It may be fun for us, answered the girl, but think about the poor flowers. They work so hard to open up and they wither that same day. It's sad. Well, yes, I guess so. A momentary air of sadness flowed into the room, but Kaim quickly dispelled it with a laugh. Happiness is not the same thing as longevity, he proclaimed. What does that mean, Papa? It may not bloom for long, but the flower's happy if it can open up the prettiest blossom and give off the sweetest perfume it knows how to make while it is blooming. The girl seemed to be having trouble grasping this, and simply nodded with a little sigh. Then she broke into a smile and said, It must be true if you say so, Papa. Your smile is more beautiful than any flower in full bloom. You should have said it to her. Kaim later regretted that he had not. The words he had uttered so carelessly, he came to realize, turned out to be something of a prophecy. Well now, young lady, he said, you're getting up early to see the flowers tomorrow morning. You'd better go to bed right now. All right, Papa, if I really have to. I'm going to bed now, too, said Kaim's wife. Okay, then. Good night, Papa. His wife said to Kaim, Good night, dear. I really am going to bed now. Good night, Kaim replied, enjoying one last cup to ease the day's fatigue. These turned out to be the last words the family shared. A violent earthquake struck the town before dawn. Kaim's house collapsed in a heap of rubble. Kaim's two loved ones departed from that distant other world before they could awaken from their deep sleep, and without ever having a chance to say good morning to him. The morning sun rose on a town that had been destroyed in an instant. Amid the rubble, the flowers were blooming. The white flowers that Kaim's daughter had wanted so badly to see. Kaim thought to lay a flower in offering on his daughter's cold corpse, but abandoned the idea. He could not bring himself to pick a flower. No one. No living being on the face of the earth, he realized, had the right to snatch the life of a flower that possessed that life for only one short day. Kaim could never say to his daughter, You go first to heaven and wait for me. I'll be there before long. Nor would he ever know the joy of reunion with his loved ones. To live for 1,000 years meant bearing the pain of 1,000 years of partings. Kaim continued his long journey. A dizzying number of years and months flowed by. Years and months during which numberless wars and natural calamities scourged the earth. People were born and they died. They loved each other and were parted from the ones they loved. They were joys beyond measure and sorrows just as measureless. People fought and argued without end, but they also loved and forgave each other endlessly. Thus was a history built up as the tears of the past evolved gradually into prayers for the future. Time continued his long journey. After a while, he rarely thought about the wife and daughter with whom he had spent those few short days in the harbor town. But he never forgot them. Time continued his long journey, and in the course of his travels, he stopped by this harbor town again. As the night deepened, the din of the crowds only increased, but now as a hint of light comes into the eastern sky, without a signal from anyone, the noise gives way to silence. Time has been standing in the town's central square. The revelers, too, had found their way here one at a time, until almost before he knows it, the stone-paved plaza is filled with people. Time feels a tap on the shoulder. "I didn't expect to find you here," says the tavern master. When Kime gives him a silent smile, the tavern master looks somewhat embarrassed and said, "Oh, there's something I forgot to tell you before." "Oh?" "Well, you know, the earthquake happened a long time ago. Before my father and mother's time, even before my grandparents' generation. It might sound funny for me to say this, but I can't imagine this town in ruins." "I know what you mean." "I do think, though, that there are probably things in this world that you can remember even if you haven't actually experienced them. Like the earthquake. I haven't forgotten about it. And I'm not the only one. It may have happened 200 years ago, but nobody in this town has ever forgotten it. We can't imagine it, but we can't forget it either." Just as Kime nods again to signal his understanding of the tavern keeper's words, a somber melody echoes throughout the square. This is the hour when the earthquake destroyed the town. All the people assembled here close their eyes, clasp their hands together, and offer up a prayer, the tavern master and Kime among them. To Kime's closed eyes comes the smiling faces of his dead wife and daughter. Why are they so beautiful and so sad? These faces that believe with all their hearts that tomorrow is sure to come. The music ends. The morning sun climbs above the horizon, and everywhere throughout the town bloom countless white flowers. In 200 years, the white flowers have changed. The scientists have hypothesized that the earthquake may have changed the nature of the soil itself. But no one knows the cause for sure. The lives of the flowers have lengthened. Where before they would bloom and wither in the space of a single day, now they hold their blooms for 3 and 4 days at a time. Moistened by the dew of night, bathed in the light of the sun, the white flowers strive to live their lives to the fullest, beautifying the town as if striving to live out the portion of life denied to those whose tomorrows were snatched away from them forever. End. Man. That woman's son died at the Highlands of Wool. Mine too, it's terrible. The bad guys tried to stop the king from taking his seat, but he beat them with the grand staff. Oh. Where do dead people go? My dad died, so I want to go and pick him up. Oh. Mom told me that the new king used to live close to here. She said it's that big house at the end of the wide street over there. Are you Lieutenant Argonar? Why, it's been a while, hasn't it? How's it feel to see your master on the throne? I warned them time and again that Gongora was a danger to Ura. Now that he's king, though, it hardly matters what I say. It'd certainly take nothing short of an immortal to defeat a grand staff-wielding Gongora. Indeed, even an immortal may find the task too difficult to achieve, I fear. I may not be able to offer any physical support, but I hope this helps you in some small way. Necrosis mold. Ugh. I don't know, can I make anything? Inflicts critical water damage. Critical earth damage. Inflicts critical damage on hardened enemies. The adamantine in the middle scale, and something called gouging ring. A plague ring almost certainly causes poison. Toxin. A coma ring. Almost certainly causes sleep. Certainly causes petrify. Yeah, I mean, I can make this a while, I think. Stone Ring Ultra. Significantly increases the chance of critical hits. That's pretty good. 50 invisibility potions. I'm sorry. Incense of Distrust. Demolition Ring. What needed Demolition Ring? I feel like there was something. Yeah. I think I'll do that. That's fine. Guardian Ore. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna check out the house here. Just to kind of see what's going on. Oh, there's even a save point. Whoa. Hey, didn't it mention something in front of a mansion? Or did it mean the mansion near Torska? Great question. This is where King Gongora lived before ascending to the throne. He's gone now, of course, and the place seems to be empty. Oh, I can just go in. I suppose there's no stopping you from trying to get in. Well, go ahead. You guys aren't just another bunch of tourists, after all. I'm sure you can hold your own against whatever you run into. Oh, is there, like, monsters in here? Yeah, I think... Hold on. Oh, yeah, there is, like, a thing here. I might have seen that, like, way, way back. Yeah. Royal Seal broken. Oh. It's a thing. Secret cave. I am like... I'm a little... I feel concerned. Maybe we'll check that out. I don't know. When I feel more sort of up for it. There might be enemies in there, though. That's the only thing. Oh, I can go up to, yeah. The study. Yeah, maybe we'll get some kind of notes on Grandstaff up here. Now that he's not, like, hanging around, you know? Oh, what's this? Game? Game? Oh, okay. Oh, an overview of magic energy. I'm not really gonna, I think, go through this. Does seem to be something. Power drink. And a chest. Heck yeah. Stone Beast's fangs? What's that thing? It's a magic device that can record thoughts. Gongoro was probably used it to record his research. Shall we check what's inside?
Eternity is amazing.
Oh.
Do not have fear of death. As long as I am in this world, I am immortal, akin to a god. I am this world's time and history in one person. However, to remain so, I must destroy the Tower of Mirrors. But if I do, it will break the link to the power of my whole world.
Oh.
And I will lose the magic energy in this world. If that happens, my immortality will be swept along in the flow of time.
Oh.
I need to create a magic energy engine in this world to replace the Tower of Mirrors.
Oh. So that's why So, like, that's, like, the real purpose of, like, this Grand Staff thing. It's not really to be, like, not just, like, a tool of oppression, but also, also there's a chest back there.
An engine would stamp out the interference from
Yeah.
my whole world and give me access to even more magic energy here. First, I must establish a power base to ensure that this world runs according to my will. The royal house of Ura. I can position myself into that house to gain power and manipulate the people. With that power and the magic energy, my place as a god shall be guaranteed.
It's so annoying. What the heck does that Gongora guy want to do? The throne of the gods. So he believes such a thing actually exists. He probably does. That's why he completed the Grand Staff, even if it meant becoming King of Ura first. What a jerk! Magic storing stone. Okay, that's something. Hey, it's neat that we're finding stuff. Really. I don't know. I think we should probably go and check some other places just to kind of get a feel. But it's cool that we found one of the stones there, though. I should check out that cave, though. I really should. Just so, well, you know what I'll do? I'll save here and then. Like, just in case I run into something nasty and something like bad happens. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I'll... Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'd feel kind of, like, stupid if I don't do it. If I don't do it and there turns out to be something really good in there, and then... Because, like, my thing is that it doesn't seem like a straightforward, like, oh, come down here, get a prize. It kind of feels like a... Like... Quite dungeony. Yeah.
Out of my way.
Oh, hello. Oh, it's these things. I don't know. I mean... Yeah, I remember these things being kind of rude. Nice. Also nice. Guard is good. Nice. Pouch. Shine. Okay, that at least got the one. Come on, team. Hey, leave him alone. Yeah, the petrification kind of helps. Ta-da!
Whoa, I'm getting too old for this.
Got some level ups, very nice. Very, very cool. Okay, there is something down here. Ah! A fight is brewing. Yeah, just more of these things. Okay. Okay, so I was basically worried about nothing. Oh, nice. Ow. 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 Nice guard. Okay, maybe not as good as I was hoping. That's okay. Big hit. You're done. Shine. Yeah, not that Shine really does much, but... Rude. Kaim, if you could, like, not get hit by stuff, that'd be really nice. Do, like, a... thing, maybe. Hang in there. Come on, team. Hit him hard. Ta-da! Yeah, that kind of works out.
This victory's food for the soul.
Mac learned stand firm. Tolton learned royal equipment. Time learned double item. Cook learned MP convert. Oh, cool. Very cool. Glarus bomb. Oh yeah, speaking of stuff. Yeah, this is kind of a neat little area, by the looks of it. Just need to... Okay, now I'm over here. Let's see what this does. Okay. What about down here? Another one. Oh, I got money. Quite a bit there. Yeah, I guess I'm curious about these pipes. Oh, this is where, this was the secret area. Yeah, because I wandered through the cave entrance there. I remember. Like, the sewers are this way. Oh. Huh. Yeah, let's go check out this way. Well, actually, no, there's a chest right there. A seed. Oh, okay. Ah, fight. A fight is brewing.
Oh, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, not that Shine really does much, but it's at least something. Come on, Kime. Yeah, go get him. Shine. You know, I wonder what the level limit is, actually. Now that I'm kind of thinking about it. Yeah, it's nice because I guess these things are considered, like, higher, like, whatever than us. So, like, we get a lot of XP from beating them. Uh-oh, that's bad. Cool. Wait, no, whoops. I meant to unpetrify the kid, but we're already here, so, you know. I wasn't thinking. Double experience. Oh, that'd be... Ooh, that'd be really nice. Really nice. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we're getting there. Oh, shoot. Yeah, no, get something. Yeah, get, like, member hit. I don't know. Like, start learning things. Ah. Magical lock key. Huh. We're already almost through, like, the full stack of healing herbs. But hopefully that doesn't become too much of a problem. All right, what are you hiding down here? Magic crystal. All right, let's see what we got. Oh. Uh-oh.
Are we trapped?
Seems like it.
You know you get scared way too much, Shorty.
Yeah, well, you look scared too.
Oh, very clever. Funny. Yeah. What is your problem? What are you, hiding behind your mama?
Wait, what did you just say?
Okay, okay. If we go against each other, we play right into Gongora's hands.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to open this drink that I have, and I'm not doing too good. Seems like robots. Let's fight the robots. Okay, let's see what we're working with. Dolls. Generator. You know what? I have a thought. Oh. The Backyard Weekly. What? Yeah, okay. Well. Oh, that didn't do anything. Literally nothing. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Well, at least one of us avoided it, kind of. Oh, I guess two of us avoided it, kind of. Get up. Yeah, just kind of keep pressure on the dude. Okay, so they make dolls, which is fine. It doesn't restore their GC at all. So I'm not too concerned. Oh!
It's over.
Well, I got one of them. Ta-da! Alright, that was pretty straightforward, actually. Heck. Nice. Ta-da!
Near my level.
Time learned slot +5. Awesome. Alright, hold on. Alright, Kaim, you get a new thing. Yeah, sure. Kill on badge. And then set. Yeah, sure. I mean, geez. Why not? Okay, that gives me 4 slots to work with. Cool. I feel like cut down is a lot better in theory than in actual, like, practice. I think having always barrier is nice. I would say increased physical attack power would be kind of nice. Increasing resistances, like antifreeze and like double SP for now, and we'll get like an attack boost. Sure, sure. This is fine. Yeah, speaking of, okay, your skill link is still being worked on. That's fine. What is this? Pendulums. Goddess medicine. What could this be? Something of Gongora's, possibly, given that it's hidden in a place like this. Let's check it out. Maybe we can find out what he's been up to in the 30 years we've lost.
I have been sent on a mission. I'm not from this world. However, I've been sent to investigate this world.
Give me like 5 seconds, chat. Sorry. Alright, I'm sorted. Don't mind me.
I have teleported across time and space. My consciousness continued even after I took on a physical form, and remains to this day. My whole world and this world, for some reason, the two worlds seem to be linked on the same axis across space and time. Our world was becoming extremely unstable. Reports have begun to circulate that it would collapse. We believe this to be caused by interference from another world. This world is on the same axis as ours. Our pure and tarnished world was being warped and distorted by some
I see.
force, not unlike a virus distorting a living being. Over the course of time, we realized that this virus could well be a soul or spirit. The interference from that other world was from the souls of its inhabitants. producing some form of energy that was distorting our world. Why did it have such an influence? To understand the cause of this phenomenon, to study this interference, we established a quantum teleporter, a means to send our consciousness to this other world. And so we came to investigate. Including myself, there are 5 investigators.
Interesting.
Seth Balmar, Bing Numara, and Sarah Siswat. We arrived here without memories of our home world, and now live among the native inhabitants of this world while we carry out our mission. 1,000 years was chosen as a time frame sufficient to develop a deep understanding of this world's inhabitants.
Interesting.
The way we arrived, with our memories locked away, has allowed us to become like the people we now live among. However, I awoke to the memory of this mission some days ago. I am leaving this recording so that this world may know that I existed. Given that time flows differently on the 2 worlds, we shall appear to neither age nor die on this world.
Huh.
The 1,000 years of our investigation is equivalent to the passing of only a single year in our home world.
What? So that means a single year in... I can't even, like, quantify that. I can't even imagine. That's wild.
With the difference in the flow of time, we live much longer lives than those around us.
Yeah, no
By
doubt.
immersing ourselves in the history, culture, thoughts, and habits of this world, we succeeded in gathering detailed data.
Wait, does that mean that they're not actually immortal? Like, you know what I mean? Like time still passes. Does that mean that they still age? They just age extremely slowly in this world?
We will transmit our experiences to our home world in the hopes that it will give us...
Like, maybe that's the idea?
An unexpected result of our mission is that the Tower of Mirrors is causing a variety of odd changes in the natural order of this world.
Yeah, I wonder if the Tower of Mirrors has anything to do with this whole magic industrial revolution thing.
There are many sightings of monstrous creatures. The natural magic energy of this world has changed. This may in fact be a blessing. Magic energy has dramatically improved the lives of these people. When our consciousness was reconstituted within our new bodies, there was a resonance with the magic energy.
Oh.
The possibility that our existence has imparted even greater strength to this world's magic energy.
Oh.
Is very likely.
So the reason the whole thing happened was because the immortals came here.
We have seen much in our 1,000 years here, which brings us to the true nature of the virus. The lives and history of the people here are extremely ordinary, and we have seen many dynasties rise to power and fall again into oblivion, as if they were nothing but trivial occurrences. And yet the existence of the virus on our world shows that the events of this world had a tremendous impact, making a history that will never be recorded in any book here.
Exists the...
There are feelings that dominate the minds of the people of this world. Their hopes and desires, their love and their hatred, their very lives and deaths. The events that bring fear or happiness to their every moment. All of these resulted in massive waves of something that interfered with our whole world. The hearts and minds of the people is what moves this world.
Really?
At certain times, this was evident by the feelings of affection toward others. At other times, it was shown by the unrestrained drive to satisfy a great ambition.
Yeah.
In the time we have lived among the people of this world, we have realized that these feelings, previously unknown to us, profoundly affect them. And the effects of these feelings are causing the massive energy waves that are affecting our home world.
Oh.
From our standpoint, these
Really?
feelings are simply a virus. But in the course of 1,000 years, we have found them to be a very seductive virus.
They're a virus, but you know, there's such a alluring virus. Something, oh man, it just can't help.
Here in this world, I have been infected by the virus of feeling and have consequently attained powerful magic energy. abandon this would be grievous and painful.
Fascinating.
To even think this way shows how deeply the virus has infected me. But the virus's seduction has been quite satisfying, and it still is.
A virus that works on people's emotions. I never thought about it that way, but you may be right in a way. Gongora did that? Come on, don't let him pull the wool over your eyes. He's gonna use that to take over the world. I know. I'm not about to let Gongora abuse everything I hold dear for his own cruel ambitions. That's wild. Demon King's Horn. Ooh. Hold on. For Jansen only. I mean, sure. Fire Spirit Killer MP Absorb. Yeah, get to it. Of course, now I guess this is a dead end, really. That's really fascinating, though. I am glad I came down here. Like, actually. Oh, whoops. Alright, what are we fighting? More of these experiments, yeah? Fine by me. Come on, team. You can do it. Nice. Nice. Yeah, the attack boost is slight, but it's at least something. Actually, maybe not as slight as I thought. Rude. Nice. Yeah, the counters are really nice. Ah, come on, man. Go get him. Hey. Huh. Rude. All right, go get him.
It's over.
Nice. Nice. Gotta love that big damage.
That was close.
Time learned member hit and evade up. So that means he's done with that, that accessory. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Just for the sake of myself. Oh, okay. So that's no problem. As far as I'm aware. Oh yeah, Mac got a new thing. Reduce GC loss when attacked for a short while. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not really a problem for me, but, you know. Maybe it's useful to someone or something? Oh, this just leads us back up here, I think. Oh, yeah. Let's, yeah, let's get out of here. I'm about half tempted to go back in there and do some leveling at some point, but I feel like, I don't know. I don't know if that's, like, even... And that might be something I do some other time, I think. You know what I mean? I should have probably saved. Yeah. But yeah, that might not be a terrible spot to do training in the future. Well, I actually... I'm trying to think. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll do some more sort of digging around in like different places, and then once I'm done digging around, I'll see what's the word? I'll see about going back there and doing some leveling. Because, like, if I'm getting, like, straight up just full levels from fighting these things, from fighting those encounters, then, like... I don't know, it just makes sense to me to actually go, you know, back there. No, I don't really want to go to the palace. Yeah. Trying to get out of this place. Yeah, I think I could just go this way and then... Yeah, if I remember right, there's like a way out. Yeah, I remember. I went through here at like the beginning of the game. And then never again, because I always use the taxi. All right, well. Where should we check out next? don't think going to the mountains makes any sense. But we haven't really been there since, like, Disc 1, so I don't know. Maybe we can look around. Oh. Not to mention, we're still on the hunt for royal stones, so I don't think it hurts us too much to kind of do a quick jog. Oh. Oh. There's a memory out here? No joke? Huh. Okay, I'm gonna... Before I get into this, I think I'm gonna take a quick BRB, if that's okay. But, grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever it is you gotta do. I will be right back. And I'm back. Sorry for the interruption, but let's hop right back into the action. Alright, so, we have retrieved a dream. Let's see what this dream has revealed to us. Story time with Uncle Bandit, baby. A chorus of cicadas. This forest is home to a priceless treasure. A marvelous and exceedingly rare creature lives here. You could search the entire continent and never find another such habitat. Of course, the value of our treasure is not apparent at first glance. The village elder holds a cup of liquor made from fermented berries as he speaks. His ancestors have kept watch over this tiny village for generations. It is summer, and the massed cries of a million cicadas poured down upon the small fort that guards the entrance to this village. The chorus of insects sound like a steady rain. I wonder if you gentlemen understand what I mean. The elder scans the dozen or so powerfully built men gathered at the fort. All of them wear a look of puzzlement. All but one, that is. You said your name is Kaim, asks one of the villagers. You seem to know what he's talking about. Kaim nods and points upward. It's the cicadas, he said. A stir goes through the village. With a delighted smile, the elder says, "Ah, so you know, do you?" Far from delighted, the men in armor share suspicious glances. All are mercenaries. They've been hired by the villagers to protect the forest's treasure. Hey, wait just a second here, rumbles the voices of one soldier, perhaps emboldened by the liquor. Are you telling me this treasure we're supposed to protect is just cicadas? What's so special about them? They're everywhere. That is true, says the elder. Which is why I said the value of our treasure is not obvious at first glance. Sound like just like any cicadas I've ever heard. Another of the mercenaries says with a look of amazement, "Yeah, how is this chorus of cicadas different from any other? They sound just like the ones in my hometown." The other soldiers laugh in agreement. "Absolutely," says one. "No difference," says another. The elder and the villagers, however, are not amused. They turn to Kaim as the elder asks him, "Will you help us to protect our treasure?" "That is what I'm here to do," he replies. "Tell me again, Kaim, do you really know the meaning of the treasure of this forest?" "I do." "Let me ask you this. Do you know when this summer's battle will bear fruit?" Kaim takes a sip of his liquor, releases a long, slow breath, and says, "In 75 years. We are fighting for the summer 75 years from now." "Is that what you mean? You're meaning? Another stir goes through the group of villagers. The elder, with a great look of satisfaction, nods deeply and refills Kaim's cup. To the stunned mercenaries, the elder says, "We have protected our cicada chorus generation after generation. The ones who made it possible for us to hear this summer's chorus. Listen, it sounds like pouring rain. Are the villagers who were grown-up men 75 years ago when I was just a boy. The chorus that shook the forest last summer was protected 76 years ago, and next summer the cicadas protected 74 years ago will start singing together. This is how we have protected the forest cicadas over the years. Do you gentlemen now see how much it means to us?" It is a matter of simple arithmetic. After the eggs are buried in the ground, the cicadas that live in the forest spend 75 long years in the larval stage. At last, in the summer of their 75th year, they become mature insects, come out of the ground, and sing like mad in the treetops for the short week or two they remain alive. Just before they die, they come down from the trees, mate, and bury their eggs in the ground. The new crop of eggs then spend another 75 long years in the earth. The fact that we can hear the cicada chorus this summer means only one thing: that the forest was at peace 75 years ago. Similarly, if the forest remains at peace this summer, the villagers will be able to hear the chorus 75 years from now. We have used what little money we have to pay you gentlemen to assemble here for this. make the forest resound with the cicada chorus in 75 years. All the mercenaries but Kaim openly show their disappointment. Wait a second now, Grandpa, said one soldier standing ramrod straight. You mean to say we're supposed to risk our lives to protect a bunch of bugs? Exactly. And even supposing we succeed, in what we risk our lives for now, the results won't show up for 75 years? That is precisely what I mean. Come on, old man. You must be kidding. If it were money or valuables, that would be one thing, but we might lose our lives here. And for what? Bugs? Well, you are mercenaries, after all. Okay now, Grandpa, I'm going to ask you one last time. I know this village is poor, and I know you people have had to scrimp and save to put this money together. There's no question about that. When you say this is for bugs, for 75 years from now, you're not living in the same world I'm living in. For something like that, you're willing to spend every last bit of money you've got, and in the bargain get us to gamble our lives? Are you insane? We want the children 75 years from now to hear the cicada chorus for themselves. What's so strange about that? Now we are having trouble understanding you. Don't toy with me, old man. I can't take a job like that, the man shouts, and storms out of the fort. Some of the other mercenaries call out to him. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming with you. Risk our lives for bugs? What a rotten deal this is. And then hurry after him. One man after another disappears with a parting remark. I'm keeping my advance, though, several of them add. The only fighter left in the fort is Kaim. The downpour of cicada cries continues unabated. The whole forest sounds like one gigantic creature. One young man is working the lookout post at the fort in place of the departed mercenaries. He asks Kaim, Are you alright with this? I'm fine. I knew what I was getting myself into. I heard after they left. Those men are a bad bunch. It's true. They're really in it for what they can get after the job is done. They're fine until they finish protecting the village from the enemy. Then they start asking for bonuses. They grab valuables and harass villagers. We saved the village for you, right? It wouldn't hurt you to give us a little extra, they say. The reason this year's mercenaries quit is because they realized there was no hope of any bonuses out of this village. Why did you stay, Kaim? The young man asks him. There must have been a lot of jobs that would have paid you more. I just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to risk my life for something 75 years in the future for a change. That's all. The young man nods his head thoughtfully. And he tells Kaim one of the old stories of the village. Long, long ago, way before I was born, when the elder was still a boy, there was a summer when the cicadas didn't sing at all. Of course, this means that 75 years before that, there was a battle that ravaged the forest. The elder says that the summer forest without the cicada chorus was so sad and lonely it was horrifying. It actually gave him the chills. The trees themselves were alive, but it felt as if the whole forest had died. Sitting alone in the silent forest, he felt so lonely he wanted to cry. And worse, he felt intense anger toward our ancestors for not having protected the forest 75 years earlier. The elder tells this story whenever he's had a little too much to drink. Kaim nods in silence. I know all about this, he almost lets himself say, but he swallows his words and smiles instead. The young man goes on. So, anyhow, when the elder was sitting and crying in the forest, he says a traveler came along. A young man, big and strong. A man like you, Kaim. And he said to the elder, don't ever forget how sad and lonely you are today. When you grow up, make sure you never let the children who will come 75 years after you feel this way. The elder says he doesn't remember the man's face, but he will never forget his words. He tells this story to the young people of the village over and over. Kaim nods again, saying nothing, but the skin on his back seems to creep beneath his shirt. All these years, the Elder has kept the promise he made to the traveler. No matter how much the merchants might have pressed him, he has never let them do anything that will ruin the forest. He's kept on good terms with the neighboring villages to avoid making enemies. He has sometimes entered into dealings that were not to our advantage and lost many chances for us to make money. This is why the village is still so poor. The young man gives a self-deprecating chuckle. Still, not one person in the village resents the Elder for what he has done. The village kids have always gone into the forest to bathe themselves in the shower of the cicada chorus. It's just how we grew up. We took it for granted. We all feel nothing but gratitude toward the Elder, and all the ancestors who came before him, who have enabled us to hear the cicada chorus every year. Time says nothing in reply, but he begins to savor the creeping feeling across his back. He brings to mind the face of that young boy he met so long ago, more than 80 years ago. Why aren't the cicadas singing? The boys sobbed. Why is there not even one cicada this year? Why did our ancestors burn down the forest back then? But he had a gleam in his eye, and that same gleam, hidden by wrinkles, still resides in the eyes of the Elder, passed down from one generation to the next. It is there in the eyes of the young man guarding the fort with Kime. This is the very reason that Kime is here. Now the village, which has kept the peace for so many years, is about to be attacked. The neighboring country is expanding its power. Its army has violated the border and is heading this way. The prospects for victory are slim. The Elder says, if you can get us through the summer, that is all we need. All we ask is that you help us prevent them from devastating the forest until the cicadas have planted their eggs. The neighboring country is not likely to show much interest in this poor village, which is merely a pathway for the army marching toward the city beyond the forest. If the villagers can hold out until the end of summer and surrender with the coming of fall, the enemy will probably charge straight through the forest and head for the city. The Elder says, and when, after a nice little visit, they leave us, we'll have to offer them a parting gift. They can have this worn-out old head of mine. Laughing, he mimes cutting his own head off. The Elder has transcended any unseemly attachment to the world. He has lived a full life. Now all he wants to do with his remaining time is to give the children 75 years in the future the chance to hear the cicadas. Tell me one thing, Kime says to the young man, bringing his sword closer to hand. What's that? When you're a grown-up, will you be able to bet your life on a future that is still 75 years away? I will, he replies without the slightest hesitation. We can't see the joyful faces of children 75 years from now, but I do know that the forest has to be filled with the crying of the cicadas every summer, whether now or next year or 75 years from now or even beyond that. That's what they call the grown-up's responsibility. And I'm not the only one who believes this. All the young people of the village do. The Elder has raised some damn good young people, I see. What's that? Did you say something? No. Not at all. Kime holds himself in readiness, staring straight ahead. Dust clouds well up on the horizon. An enemy unit seems to be approaching. The cicadas cry without ceasing. The enemy is coming. All right. It's time. Kime heads out to battle. The cicada chorus reverberates endlessly, as if playing the song of life. And yeah, I wasn't expecting to find something like that up here. I mean, cool. I don't remember there. I don't know. Was there a stone up here? I don't think there was.
Don't let him get away!
I feel like if there was, I would have, I don't know, thought about it. Yeah, whatever. Ouch. Yeah, they're not anything. Yeah, okay. I don't need... I really don't need to be here, I don't think.
Never underestimate the royal.
It's just kind of the vibe I get. Just because, like, I don't... I feel like I would have recalled seeing a stone here. And I can't really think of anything else that would, like, stand out. I mean, it's cool that we found the story, but, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Like, the only thing I could really think of is maybe checking out Grandstaff. The fact that I can go here is interesting. Hello. What a conundrum. Something's out of alignment with the dynamo, but most of the technicians are already gone, so there's no one left to repair it. What to do? Look at that dynamo. The magic engine's pendulum has stopped, so the limiter isn't working anymore. That was a custom-built engine, so we can't repair it ourselves. What's worse, all of our trained technicians have pulled out of the base. If something isn't done soon, not only will the dynamo be destroyed, but the magic energy in the area could catalyze into a runaway reaction. Okay. A runaway reaction? That's, bad, right? Ah, cool your jets. You just need to get that pendulum moving again, right? You can do that, Sen? Of course I can. Here, let me have a look. Oh, nice. You did it! The power's back online. Some of the limiter's working again. Thank you so much for helping us. I don't know if this will make up for it, but please take this. Living brass. Yeah, sure. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, let's just kind of look around. You here to check things out again? The hypercurrents are beyond control. You won't get anywhere near the palace. Oh wait, can I? Or is that? Hold on. Oh, I can rest here. Okay. Well, that's not too bad. Grand Staff is back, and the sea is in turmoil again. We'll never be able to go home. Alright. Yeah, I can't remember what the deal is with this, spot. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting a bit. Oh. You can let go. I think I see the bit. I think I do see the bit. Oh. Well, that's fine. That's okay. Because at least the crate is there, right? Oh, what? Boo. has to be an easy way past there. Right? Yeah, I don't know what the idea is here. Oh. There was a mana hurt, but I can't carry anymore because I bought a metric ton of them. Oh, hello. Turntail shoes. Oh, that's the one ability. Yeah, straight up. I got a seed. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Yeah, I hope it stays like this. Like, I doubt it, but you never know. Like, just so I don't have to go through that again. You'll need weapons and armor if you want to make it to Grandstaff. They're nothing but useless. Oh. Huh. Oh. Huh. Well, good thing I found those ahead of time. Yeah, I didn't realize there was any, like, stuff down here. No joke. Well, it's just kind of more stuff. You think this gear is being sold illegally? Yeah, well, you could say that, but you appreciate the convenience of buying it here, right? Just not enough raw materials. Not even the black market can get what I need. Why am I using this pathetic little magic capsule? Simply too weak. I need at least 30 times more output for my equipment to work. For that, I asked them for 30 magic capsules, and now they want to cancel my project. Fools. Those idiots haven't the slightest idea of how magic research works. It's just a rumor, but I've been told that King Gongara has developed a special kind of magic capsule that has more than 10 times the output of a normal capsule. If I can get my hands on just 3 of those things, I can continue my research. Those capsules have to be in Gongara's old mansion. How about it? Would you like to contribute to this important project? Sure. Do I have them? Uh-oh. Why not have them? Uh-oh. Am I stupid? Possibly, yes. I don't know. I'm a little... I guess when I went there, I didn't find them. Yeah, you don't really have... Oh crap, you found me with my hand in the cookie jar. Came for supplies too, have you? I'll keep your secret if you keep mine. Yeah, I didn't even realize this was down here. I just couldn't really manage the... Oh, I guess they moved the boxes. Cool. Grand Staff is back in this... Alright, I talked to you. Yeah, I might as well look around a bit. Alright, those, yeah. I believe this is a lab? Yeah, this is a lab. I knew we were measuring from too far away. We've got to get a gauge closer to the magic locations. Oh, you've come at a good time. Can you help us with our magic research? It won't be anything too difficult. Essentially, we need to take the magic gauge here and set it up near the magic locations of the world. One such location lies atop the Ypsilon Mountains. Other locations are said to be inside the Black Cave, by the frozen entrance to the Ice Canyon in Gotsa, and in the ruins of the ancient Eastern tribe. Magic locations are areas where magic energy settles in high concentration. You'll find them right away with the gauge. Once you do, just drop the gauge there and you're done. You'll be rewarded for your efforts. Yeah, sure, whatever. Thanks for the gauges. Thank you. Okay, well, we got a quest or something. Oh, I can just go down there and not be bothered. Sick. Excuse me, I should give you some seeds. I did not get anything new. Yeah, let's just go, exploring, I guess. Well, I'll go save. So I gotta go back to the Ypsilon Mountains anyway. And I gotta go to the Black Cave and the Ice Cave and all those. I don't know, is there anything I can think of doing before I do that? I think what I'll do is I'll go, just try and hit up some of the other kind of spots. Like instead of like delving into like fights right now, I think I'm just gonna go, I don't know. I'll go poke around, see if there's anything hiding out in like Saman or... I think I have to go to Tosca. That's for sure. Because of stuff. Afternoon. Hello, where are you from? Is this the bar? I can't remember. No, this is the creepy dude with the doll. I gotta keep remembering that. I don't know. Something I've been wondering. Aren't you cold wearing nothing but that? Oh. It's been pretty sunny lately, so it's nice and warm if you're out under the sun. The wind's still pretty chilly though, isn't it? There's a cave path leading to Tosca, but I was ambushed by monsters the moment I set foot inside. That way's a no-go. That place sucks. The mist is gone, and so are the monsters. Come on, let me treat you to a round. Welcome back, enjoy yourselves. It's broken. I still wanted to hear some music, though. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll fix it. It's broken, so I wanted to hear some music, though. Oh, well. Oh, let me have a look. Oh, this is quite a fine machine you got here. Just needs a little more care is all. Wow, it's as good as new again. Now I can listen to my music whenever I want. Thanks. Oh, ice water amulet. Does that do what I think it does? Possibly. Oh, yeah, totally. Nullify water. So there's a distinct possibility I can get, I can nullify elemental damage entirely. And then just kinda... You say this thing's broken. Dad said it'll start working again if I kick it, but I don't want to break it any more than it is already. Don't touch it, okay? Ah, it's not broken. Here, let me look. Let me look at it. There you go. Wow, that's amazing. It's fixed. Thanks a lot, sir. Here, take this. Oh, nice. Is there anything in the shop that I should maybe think about getting that I didn't get some other time? There's like a part of me that wants to load up on some of these, but I feel like it's kind of not. Like, I've never really felt that's been particularly worth it. You know what I mean? By the way, do you know about the nation to the south that was destroyed centuries ago? They say there's still ancient jewelry to be found there. I've heard tales of jewelry charged with powerful spirit magic. It'd be a wonderful wonder to see, I'm sure. Yeah, I think that's a place I gotta hit up. The ruins. But yeah, no, I wanted to check in with the auction guy. Oh, you're the ones from earlier. Saman's back to normal, and we have all you to thank for it. Yeah, no problem. Wait, did you make it to Goatsa yet? Oh, how wonderful. Yeah. The weather's perfect today, and the sea's nice and calm as well. There's still a lot to worry about, but we'll just have to deal with it. I'm gonna be a sailor when I grow up. Then I'll become a tough old man of the sea like my dad and big brother. Aw. Well, that's cute. Alright, what do you got? Yeah, like, the perfume's interesting. Yeah, the poison oil might be worth it. Yeah, and he really is nothing I don't already have. Speaking of... piercing ring. And then gouging ring. Goring ring. No shark skin. Darn. Or beast hide, honestly. Huh. I would need mighty carapaces, but I don't have that. A plague ring. Plague ring Ultra. Darn. Yeah, do you have anything? Hold on. Okay, you don't really have anything I have literally nothing of. Like, that's fine. Okay. So we know about a treasure location, so that's kind of nice. I'm thinking of heading to Goatsa City. I might head to the refugee camp, though. Just as, like, a first thing. I guess I'm thinking about it. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. I feel like that's really good. Damage up, crit up. I don't know, because we be going around doing things. This has kind of turned into a side quest Gaiden. Hey, welcome. Glad you're still in one piece. Take a load off. Everyone's giving their all here. It's important we work together in times like these, you know? You guys came from outside? Ma, you must be tired then. Why don't you have a little rest on the bed in that tent over there? Oh, that's just the kids. Also, is there? No. I remember buying weapons here. I don't think I bought accessories here. Yeah, because somebody has light lens equipped. That's what that is. Does seem nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna get like full stacks of things, but yeah, that'll have to kind of do. Yeah, I'm not thrilled about that. Level 3. Okay, so I need to... Huh. Okay. Oh, wow. Bio Killer, Magic Killer, Spirit Killer. Seal Effect, Block Casting, Machine Killer. Rare Item Robber, Toxin Effect, Insta-Kill. Ooh. That might be really nice. Damage crit, HP absorb. That also seems really nice. Okay. Very interesting indeed. Byproduct X. How nifty. Container. Stone. Boulder. Asteroid ring, which requires ancient statues and living brass. Bunch of ultras hanging out. Yeah, this is kind of neat though. This is kind of neat. Sadly, now I'm kind of lacking on money, which I'm not super thrilled about. I think I've seen you before. Who are you again? Thanks for delivering the letter. Hey, someone named Gongora has established a new kingdom over in Ura. Some even call it a paradise. I wouldn't say that. Feel free to use the hot spring. Oh. Oh no. A flashback. Kine recalls a memory that was locked deep within his heart. A dream has been revealed. The village. The village closest to heaven. In this village, ringed by jagged mountains, the women give birth to many children. 5 or 6 is not common. Just the other day, the wife of the village headman gave birth to her 10th child. And why do you think that is? The young fellow asked the traveler, looking down at the snow-blanketed village. Time cocks his head in search of an answer. Meanwhile, the young man takes something like a piece of crystal candy from a small leather pouch. He pops it into his mouth and says with a laugh, "Because they die right away." The children? Uh-huh. Hardly anybody grows up to be an adult. Most kids die after 5 or 6 short summers. Look at the village headman's wife. She's lost 7 kids already. That is awful. Whether from a genetic problem or a disease endemic to the area, the people of the village have always lived short lives, he says. From way, way back. Now that you mention it, Kime says, I haven't seen any old people here. See what I mean? A few decades ago, I'm told one person lived to be 50, but people say that's the oldest anyone ever got in the whole history of the village. This is why we give birth to lots of kids. Give birth to a lot and lose a lot. If just one of them lives into adulthood, though, the family line is saved and the village history continues. You see my point? The young man is 16, as is his wife. Their first child is due to be born any day now, literally today or tomorrow. The young man crunches down on the candy in his mouth. Let's get going, he says. Around his wrists, he winds the ropes he uses to pull the sled. He hasn't loaded the sled yet, but dragging it up the steep, snow-covered road is hard work. This, he says, is why the pay is so good. Only a few days earlier, he lost his good friend and fellow worker, who had been 3 years his senior. When Kime happened along, the young man asked him if he would help by pushing the sled from behind, until they cleared the pass. Kime agreed, and they became an instant team. Kime circles around to the back of the sled and asks, You don't have any animals to pull the sled? Afraid not, says the young man. I know it's strange, but our horses and cattle and donkeys all die young. You can spend a lot of money at the town market buying an animal, and it'll keel over before it's done a lick of work. Finally, the best way is for us humans to plow the fields and pull the sleds ourselves. The arms with which the young man himself is pulling his sled are massive, and he forges through the road's snowy cover with powerful steps. His fellow worker was stronger still, he says. He taught me how to pull the sled, how to set rabbit traps, how to build a fire. All the skills I need to live, with all the love he would give to a kid brother. Before I knew it, he was gone. People here always die suddenly, he says. They can be perfectly healthy one minute and drop dead the next. No time for suffering. Just like that. No time to call a doctor. Even if a doctor comes, there's nothing he can do. Did your friend die that way? Uh-huh. He was shoveling the snow that piled up overnight, clearing the road, when he dropped dead. By the time we ran over to help him, he was gone. That's how it always is. Always. That's how they die. Grown-ups, kids, everyone. And you too, then. I guess so. Nobody knows when the moment is coming. Might be decades from now, or it could be tomorrow. After this cool pronouncement, the young man turns to look at Kime and said, pointing to his own chest, says with a smile, or maybe even now. The smile is genuine, without a hint of despair or bitterness toward the cruelty of his fate. Are you afraid to die? Kime starts to ask him, but stops himself. It's a stupid question, he decides, and one that he is not qualified to ask. Where could a man burdened with eternal life find appropriate words to speak to a man burdened with the threat of sudden death? Kime and the young man keep dragging the sled up the steep mountain path. Their destination is the lake beyond the frozen pass. The young man's job calls for him to cut ice from the surface of the frozen lake and transport it back to the village. We in the village call the lake the Spring of Life. If you trace the source of the water that bubbles out of the ground here and there in the village, you always wind up at the Spring of Life. Kime nods silently. The ice from the Spring of Life takes forever to melt. That's why, look, you can even do this. Again, the young man takes a piece of the crystal candy, or rather ice, from his leather pouch and puts it in his mouth. It gives you energy. It's indispensable when doing hard work or for pregnant women or infants. Just put a piece in your mouth and it gives you instant strength. The young man offers a piece to Kime, who nods again in silence. We're really not supposed to give any to outsiders, but you're special because I'm putting you to work. If I give it to you, though, I want you to help me load the ice onto the sled. I can handle it by myself on the way back. Kime silently accepts the ice from the young man, who assures him it tastes good, too, and watches him, smiling. Kime averts his gaze somewhat and puts the piece in his mouth. The ice should be nothing but frozen water, but it has a mild sweetness, just as Kime expected. He spits it out when the young man is not looking. Poison. I know that taste, thinks Kime. The village people are used to this taste, so they think nothing of it. Without a doubt, though, there is poison in the ice. The long flow of time smooths over the wounds inflicted by history. The permanently snow-capped peaks make people forget the existence of the wide world on the other side. The young man calls this lake the Spring of Life, but those who lived far beyond the mountains at the source of the river that feeds the lake used to know it as the Pit of Death. Long, long ago, several hundred years ago, the entire area around the river's source was polluted with the poisonous metallic outflow from a mine. The river was filled with dead fish floating belly up, and the poisonous gas that rose like a mist from the ground killed both the earthbound animals and the birds in the sky. The forests withered, and the lively town that had grown up with the development of the mine became a deserted ruin. Nature took many years to recover, but the forests eventually turned green again, which attracted small animals and eventually larger animals that hunted them. People, however, never came back, and there was no one left to hand down the story of the tragedy that occurred at the river's source deep in the mountains. The only one who knows everything that happened is Kime, the man who has lived 1,000 years. The young man stands by the frozen lake and takes a nice, satisfying stretch. You know, he says to the traveler, I sometimes think this village just might be the closest one to heaven in the whole world. Perhaps it's because we are too close to heaven that we're all summoned by the gods early on. Don't you think that might be true? Kime says nothing in response to this. Over many years, this lake has accumulated the metallic poison that flowed into it from upstream. And over many years, the poison that infiltrated the soil has mingled with the groundwater, bubbling up in the spring water with which the villagers slake their thirst. No one knows the exact chemical makeup of the poison, but at least it does not cause the villagers to suffer until at the last moment of their lives, the accumulated poison suddenly takes its toll. This may be its one fortunate aspect. On the other hand, this might simply make the misfortune it brings all the more conspicuous. Still, the young man says as he saws off a piece of ice by the shore, I do hope that the children my wife and I have will be able to live longer lives. Say, if we have 5, at least one of them will live long enough to grow up and have kids. That way for me, it would be like finding some meaning in having been born into this world. It's the same with my father and mother, and my grandparents. They all had lots of kids and mourned the loss of lots of kids, but managed to raise 1 or 2 to adulthood before they died. That's what gives her life meaning. He wipes the sweat from his brow and puts another piece of ice candy in his mouth. If I were to tell him everything I know, thinks Kime. If I were to tell him everything that has been buried in the darkness of history, and if he were to tell the other villagers, the tragedy might not have to be repeated. The young man says, when the baby is born here, they ring a village bell. Also when someone dies. The same for both. Birth and death are like 2 sides of the same coin. So there's no sadness when someone dies. Everybody sees them off with a smile and a wish. You go ahead of us to heaven and save a good spot there for us. Do you understand that sentiment? I do, says Kime. I do. And that's how we've always done it. Welcoming lots of new lives to the village and sending lots of lives off to heaven. I've never been much of a student, so I don't know exactly how to put this, but I kind of think that maybe the village closest to heaven is a place where life and death are right next door to each other. The young man gives Kime an embarrassed smile at the sound of his own words. Maybe it's because I'm about to have a kid of my own that I'm starting to think about these complicated things. No. That's fine. I see exactly what you mean, Kime says. The moment the words leave his mouth, a bell sounds from the foot of the hill. Several long, slow rings. That's it, exclaims the young man. My child has been born! He dips his head and says again, as if savoring the sound of his own words. My child! While the bell is rung likewise for births and deaths, the young man says the sound in each case is subtly different. When a young villager learns to tell the two apart, he or she is considered to be an adult. I hope this one lives a long time, the young man says, choking with the flood of emotions that show on his face. But then he goes on as if to negate his own hopes for the future. Either way, whether it lives a long time or not, my child has now been born into this world. That's all that matters. I'm so happy. So happy. Eyes full of tears, he turns a beatific smile on Kime. And then, still smiling, he collapses where he stands. Kime lays the young man's corpse on the sled and returns to the village. As the young man said, the villagers accept his death with the same smiles they had for the birth of his baby. Death is not a time for sorrow. It simply marks whether one has been called to heaven earlier or later. The young man's wife takes an ice candy from the leather pouch he has left behind and places it gently into the baby's mouth. I want you to grow up to be strong and healthy, she says. Daddy is saving a wonderful place for you up in heaven. But go there slowly, slowly. Until you go to heaven, I want you to grow up here in the village till you're nice and big. Her words have the gentle tone of a lullaby. Kime says nothing. If he is to stand unflinchingly for what is right, his silence may be a crime. But burdened with eternal life, Kime knows how suspect the right can be. Throughout history, people have fought and wounded and killed each other in the name of what they declare to be right. By comparison, the look on the dead young man's face is tranquility itself. The village closest to heaven is filled with happiness indeed. The baby starts to cry. This loud wailing like a celebration of the beginning of its own life. however short that life is likely to be. Time leaves the village with a smile on his face. The village bell begins to peal, reverberating with utter clarity through the distant mountains, as if to bestow a blessing on the young man who lived life to the fullest, with neither resentment nor regret. And when this too long life of mine draws to a close, Kaim thinks, I'd like to be sent off with the sound of bells like this if possible. Because he knows that day will never come. Kaim walks on, never stopping, never looking back. His long journey is far from over. End. Wow. The tent is for the sick and injured. You can visit whoever. I'm so lucky I made it here. This place seems like an old goats and army base and is quite sturdy. There's even a hot spring to fend off the cold. Neat, don't you think? Speaking of which, did you hear about the box of army supplies? It fell into the spring as everyone was running in here. Most of the contents have been brought up, but maybe there's still some stuff left in the water. I'd like to try looking once I get better. Oh, okay. Is there any truth to what I heard about goats being destroyed? I thought I was gonna die there for a moment. I'm so bored. I just tripped and got all scratched up, but they still won't let me go play outside. Why do children have to be so much trouble, I ask you? He's crying about how much it hurt just a moment ago. Oh. Do I have any? No, I don't. Okay, well, it's cool that there's, like, a thing. Oh, what's your deal? I'm glad this cave's safe, but it's so gloomy inside here. If only we could get this magic engine working. I'm guessing it's broken? Actually, I have no idea how it works. All magic engines are the same. Let me have a look. I'll have it going in a jiffy. Really? Actually, there's 6 broken magic engines here. I'll pay you for it if you can repair them all. 6? That's a lot to ask, isn't it? Well, alright, I'll take care of them. I'm assuming they're the big glowing... Oh, what? The fire. Oh, another one. Okay. Another memory locked deep within. Let's do a little dreaming, chat. Or story time, baby. The waterfall lies deep in the forest, more than a day's travel from the nearest village. It is said to be a holy place. In search of the divine amid the towering peaks, pilgrims stand beneath the plunging falls in their final ascetic practice. The water of the falls is freezing cold. All it takes is a momentary lapse of concentration, and the person is hammered down by the rushing water. Stones of Heaven. The pilgrims call this waterfall the Stones of Heaven. Heaven is testing their mental and physical strength, they say, by hurling an endless stream of stones down upon them in the form of the powerful waterfall. And the stones have a mysterious power, a former pilgrim says to Kaim, with a pained smile. He himself failed in this final austerity, he adds. Different stones of heaven fall on each person. It's as if they can see into your heart. What do you mean? Kaim asks. The burden you bore and the dreams you dreamed in the secular world appear to you one after another. In his own case, he says, what came to him first were the voices of women. The water plunging down into the basin of the falls began to sound like women's voices. Sweet voices whispering in my ear. Voices sobbing. Voices moaning in a lover's embrace. An incredible variety. And for better or worse, I knew every single one of them. Some I was thrilled to hear again, while others I hated remembering. Meaning you've gotten yourself into a lot of trouble involving women? I have indeed. Not to boast or anything, but that was one battlefield I knew better than anybody. I survived, but I made a lot of women cry, and there were a lot of them I loved. My whole purpose in undertaking the austerities was to put that life behind me, but the stones of heaven know what they're doing. In the final test, they go after your greatest weakness. If you waver the slightest bit, you've had it. The water slams you down, and your austerities are over. The man feeds a stick of kindling into the campfire. And I'm not the only one, he continues. One fellow heard the voice of the mother he hadn't seen since he was a little boy. Another heard the voice of his dead child. Is it always voices? I wish it were. If you hold up through the voices, the waterfall's mist starts changing into the shapes of people. You might see somebody who you hated so much in the secular world that you wanted to kill him. Or it might be some loan shark you had to go into hiding to get away from. One little flinch and you're done for. This particular austerity can be performed only once. There are no second chances. Someone who has persevered for a whole day and night but who fails in the end has no choice but to return to the secular world in defeat, as this man did. Not that it was easy for me to get on my feet again, once I was back there either. The man chuckles and calls out to a young pilgrim, or more precisely to a young man who was a pilgrim until a few moments ago, but who has just now dragged himself up to the lip of the basin in utter dejection. Hey, young fellow. The campfire's over here. I got liquor to warm up your insides and some fresh grilled meat. Get a little of that in your stomach and you'll have the strength to make it down to the village. The man now makes his living as master of the tea house by the waterfall. Of course, pilgrims undergoing austerities carry no money with them, but the man is not expecting to become rich doing this work. For bodies chilled by long hours of pounding under the waterfall, he provides a warming fire, food and drink, and sometimes even money to tide them over when they first go down to the village. Payment can be made at any time. The men can bring him the money after they have started to take in earnings again from jobs they find in the secular world. He sets no date for a payment. He takes no IOUs. He says he is fine with that. Are there some who don't pay at all? Time asks. Well, of course there are, the man says matter-of-factly. But I think of running this tea house as another kind of discipline for myself. Another kind of discipline? That's right. The stones of heaven will accept only the strongest pilgrims, the ones unperturbed by anything. The role I want to play is to accept the ones who were broken by the stones of heaven, the weak human beings. I want to go on accepting the weakest of the weak, the kind who not only succumb to the stones of heaven, but who even fail to pay for their food and drink afterwards. That is your kind of discipline? Exactly. It makes for a hard living, that's for sure. I thought I was prepared to deal with cheats and weaklings, but there are a lot more of those than I ever bargained for, he declares with a hearty laugh. But then he quickly turns serious and says, to tell you the truth, I think of this less as a form of discipline than as a way to get even. Get even? With whom? With those gods or whatever they are that keep hurling down their stones of heaven. Human beings are weak, shockingly so, in the eyes of a god. But I think, and this is not just because of what happened to me, that being weak is the best thing about human beings. Weakness can make us cunning, but it can also make us kind. Weakness can torment us, but it can just as easily be our salvation. Don't you see? If the gods are hurling down their stones of heaven just to make people aware of their own weakness, just to make us savor our own powerlessness, then I'd just as soon drop my trousers and moon them. I'll slap my bare butt and say to them, I'm not like you. I'm not going to punish human beings for being weak. I accept them for what they are, weakness and all. The man feeds a new piece of kindling to the fire and says with a shy shrug, I guess I got carried away. Kime smiles and shakes his head as if to say, not at all. Tell me, though, the man goes on. I see you're a traveler, but you don't seem to be a pilgrim. You're right. I'm not, Kime says. I was trying to cross over the pass and took the wrong road. Well then, as long as you're here, why not give the stones of heaven a try? There'll be something to talk about. No thanks, Time says, smiling. What's the matter? Afraid they're gonna show you whatever it is that shakes you up? The man smiles and nods. Can't say I blame you, though. The man is mistaken about Kime. He's not the least bit afraid of such a thing. What scares him is the opposite prospect, that of not being shaken up, of encountering in himself a person unmoved by anything at all. Anyway, it'd be suicide to jump into the waterfall without preparation. How's that? Well, it's freezing cold, for one thing. There's even colder water bubbling up from a spring in the basin. Even the most well-conditioned person has to be careful and take time to accustom himself to the low temperature. If you go in all at once, it can stop your heart. The man jerks his chin in the direction of the falls as if to say, look at them. 2 new pilgrims are preparing themselves for the challenge of the stones of heaven. The men appear to be brothers. The older one kneels at the edge of the basin, splashing himself and massaging the cold water into his skin from foot to heart level. The younger brother is too impatient for that. He wants to jump right under the falls. The elder brother cautions him and takes all the time he needs to accustom himself to the water's coldness. He exudes the quiet power of one who has withstood the most rigorous training. Aha! The tea house owner says to Kime, smiling. We're in for a rare privilege. I think we're about to see the first successful attempt in a long while. You can tell? Kime asks. You can if you've spent as much time here as I have. The winners and losers are decided before the men ever step under the falls. Having completed his meticulous preparations, the elder brother enters the basin. Even then, the steps he takes are slow and cautious. The younger brother follows him in, kicking up a spray with every step. The younger one is hopeless, says the man with a sigh, adding another stick of kindling to the fire. I'd better get the liquor ready now, he mutters to himself. The brothers stand side by side beneath the pounding waterfall. The stones of heaven rain down upon them. As the man predicted, the elder brother, utterly calm, stands up to the onslaught of images sent by the stones of heaven. Also, as the man predicted, the younger brother yields to the stones of heaven and is beaten down into the basin of the waterfall. But then something happens that goes far beyond what the man predicted. Writhing in agony, the younger brother bobs helplessly in the basin, unable to raise himself. He is drowning. He tears at his own chest. His heart is failing. He was not fully prepared to enter the icy water. Help me! Brother, please! But the elder brother doesn't move. He remains under the waterfall in total concentration. Hey, what are you doing there? Hurry up and help him! The man yells. But the elder brother's expression remains unchanged. He never flinches. He's drowning. You can't just leave him like that. He'll die. The elder brother never moves. He grits his teeth, keeps his eyes clamped shut, and shows no sign of moving out from under the waterfall, as if to declare, this is it. This is the final test of the stones of heaven. The man screams at him, "You idiot!" and dives into the rolling basin in a rash effort to help the younger brother. For the moment his untrained body hits the frigid water, the shock of it seizes his heart. Still, he reaches out toward the drowning brother who is sinking beneath the surface. A great shudder goes through him, and with an enormous groan, he takes hold of the young man's wrist and pulls his limp body toward him. He tries to return to shore, but his strength gives out, and he falls back into the water. Next, it is Kime's turn to dive into the basin beneath the falls. He takes a hold of the 2 conscious men and drags them toward the shore. The stones of heaven pour down on Kime, and he is assaulted by one vision after another. Battlefields, scenes of his wanderings, shooting stars, the climbing and sinking sun, raging winds, and countless deaths of those he has come to know on the road of his all too long life. It will do you no good, he silently declares to the gods hurling the stones of heaven at him. My heart remains unmoved. I have lived through a reality far crueler than any phantom you can show me. Whether or not his life is a sign of his strength, he does not know. He will not boast of it, nor will he tell the tale to others. He has, however, lived it, and much is certain. He has lived it through the years. Time climbs onto the shore and lays the limp bodies of the tea house master and the young brother beside the fire. As he warms himself, he thinks, the gods who hurl the stones of heaven are inferior gods. If they could truly see into everything, they would never have been foolish enough to show Kaim scenes from his past. For what would disturb him most of all would be the unwelcome sight of moments from his own limitless future. And if they were to ask him one simple question, for what purpose were you born? His knees would buckle in an instant. The first to regain consciousness is the young pilgrim. The tea house master's condition is critical. Time attempts to warm him and massage his clenched heart have little effect. Pull yourself together now. Look, we've got a fire here. The fire you built. Let it warm you. Let it warm you. Time shouts into his ear until the man finally manages to force his eyes open a crack and move his purple lips. Is he alright? Sure, he's fine. Don't worry. Oh, good. Good. Pull yourself together, man. Tell me, though. Is strength the same color as coldness? Never mind. Stop talking. Because if that is true, if strength is coldness, I don't want any part of it. The man gives Kaim a faint smile and closes his eyes. He will never open them again. Human beings are weak and fragile. All it takes for a person to die is for a fist-sized organ to stop beating. Human kindness, on the other hand, may derive from everyone's profound awareness of the fragility of life. Facing the tea house master's lifeless corpse, the younger brother hangs his head and cries. This weak man, defeated by the stones of heaven, sheds heartfelt tears for the man who saved his life. His strong elder brother, meanwhile, is still being pounded by the waterfall, unfazed by the stones of heaven. Surely his strength will be recognized by the gods, and he will bring his ascetic training to perfect completion. Still, Kaim finds the tear-stained face of the younger brother beautiful in a way the stronger elder's brother can never be. And he wishes that he himself could be moved like the younger man. There is an unmatched nobility in the last smile of the tea house master, who gave up his life to save that of a complete stranger. Kaim wishes that he, too, could experience such feelings. And what of my own face? Living through 1,000 years of life is not strength. Yet burdened with a life he cannot lose, will Kaim ever be able to change weakness into kindness? This he cannot tell. He can only live unknowing. He can only walk on. He can only continue his journey. Kaim looks at his reflection in the basin of the waterfall. On the water's heaving surface, he sees the trembling face of a lonely wanderer. And man, I'm gonna go fix machines now. This must be one of the broken engines. It's completely offline. Well, no wonder it's broken. Just give me a few moments. Okay, well, that's one. Here's another one. Oh, this machine's just got a twisted line. I can fix this up, no problem. Oh, I think they're... Well, actually, no, this is the treasure. Oh, hiding behind this thing. This one's gonna be a little tricky, but I can do it in a flash, trust me. Yeah, so far I think that was 3. I think they're all, like, grounded ones. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't think they'd be inside the tents. Oh, I see one down there. So I might as well grab that one while I'm down there. Yeah. Like, get that one and grab whatever treasure's hiding out. Yeah. Easy enough. Spire Commander. Oh. That's kind of a bummer. That it's just kind of water, magic killer, poison effect. Yeah, nothing too exciting. Man, what a mess. This part's rusted and snapped in half. Ah, well, this ought to work. I want to say this like 4. Yeah. Yeah, 1, 2. 3, 4. Yeah, no, they wouldn't put them in here. He said there was like 6 of them. Yeah. Where would the other 2 be? Oh, there's one right there. Duh. Ha! This'll be a cinch. I'll have this thing back up in no time. Do your thing. Yeah, I don't want to leave. Maybe, hold on. I have a thought. Oh, okay, it's hiding in the corner. I thought it'd be on the ledge there, but no. Ah, this clasp here is the culprit. Just replace this, and there you go. Should be all of them. Wow, I never thought anyone could fix all the engines. Here's a little gift from everyone. Thank you. Death powder. Brilliant. Okay. So I think that's gonna be it from me tonight. Gonna go save. But yeah, I think we did some stuff. Did some stuff, found some stories, did our thing. Even got some levels too. Even got some fighting in. But yeah, I appreciate you. Thank y'all for coming out. Really appreciate it. Hey, I think without further ado, I'm gonna roll it over now to the aftermath. So what did we learn today? We learned that you can find memories in some really interesting places. We also learned that that secret labs can be a good source of experience points. We also learned that delivering letters can be profitable, especially if it gives you like an accessory that's like really, really nice. Anyway, thank you for coming out to the Uncle Bandit stream. If you enjoyed streams like this, don't be afraid to leave a follow. If you want to help support the stream, you can also sub and donate. Those things really help me out. If you want to check out any old playthroughs or keep up with any current playthroughs, you can head over to the Uncle Bandit stream archive over on youtube.com. And if you want to keep up with any stream updates like playthrough announcements or just want to see what I'm up to, you can check me out on Twitter at Uncle_Bandit. This has been it for me. This has been Lost Odyssey, and I hope to see you all next time.